Alright, we are live.
Welcome to Chapter 2, Session 2 of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I am Gigermann, today's GM.
Hello, Gigermann.
Hello,
Hello.
Rigel Kent.
Hello.
I thought you were going to interrupt him.
I changed my mind at the last minute.
I actually
up-
did, but I didn't push the talk button.
Yeah, that's about right, isn't it?
So you interrupted in spirit then?
I did in spirit. Daniel, feel my interruption.
I feel it, I suppose. Alright, well, do we have any business to take care of before we start?
A reminder that I retroactively added veterinary horse, which is actually a specialized skill, because it kind of made sense for me to have it.
Right.
It's only at 9, so I'm not exactly fantastic.
And Brother Getwell is using up all his fate.
He has negative fate.
So there are a few things I want to go over. One,
Remember.
I'm pretty sure everybody at this point has a day job. And at this point, I'm just going to assume that the quote-unquote pay for that day job is covering your cost of living.
I have multiple day jobs.
And so we will not be bothering about that all that much. You guys are on the time use sheet, and the on-the-job training is going to be related to that day job, so bear that in mind.
That's why mine's all mixed up marshmallow mess.
Number 2, I decided to give everybody a Benny because I forgot to do Bennies last week.
The nerve! Also,
Oh, by the way,
you
I
forgot
received
to
5 disapproving glances from Kenrick last game session.
Sir Kenrick.
He just gave you a disapproving
Sir.
glance.
Kenrick. Well, that counts for 1.
Also, you forgot to give us the episode name at the end, like you said you were going to.
Rats.
Well, I did that after, so...
You gave it to me, but you didn't give it to everybody else.
Oh. Well, then last week's episode was the sewer rat's job, in case somebody really needed to know that.
So you
That would've
told
been helpful.
Phil, but not the rest of us. We know who your favourite is.
Actually,
GM's pet.
Phil asked because he was doing the stupid recap on the blog and said, "What do I call this, by the way?"
Let's see.
Still, teacher's pet.
Number 3, I wanted Paul to roll twice on a particular table.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's going to be 3d6. Not
You're about to
combined.
die. It's going to be tragic. You're just going to spontaneously explode.
Is it a table within the table, or is it a table that you have secret?
It is a table that I don't have in the rule set, so you can't just push a button and roll it.
Why not? What kind of slacker-ass DM are
lame.
you? You're like starting to remind me of Mark last night.
So, roll 3d6
I resemble
twice.
that remark.
2, 1, 4.
Is that a good roll or a bad roll? Damn, those are some pretty decent GURPS rolls.
But
Oh,
it's
that
going to be
was
like a
this
reaction
work.
roll.
Probably,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I see how this works. I think. Alright, so if that's right, then 2, 1, 4 is going to be Alchemist Fire.
What?
And
Oh, for what I
231.
grabbed from the area. Got it. Oh, nice.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you rolled shit. So the other one is Goblin Nerve Tonic.
Goblin Nerve Tonic. I hesitate to ask what that does.
All right, so if you don't care, then that's worth 150, which you probably won't get an actual 150 GURPS for that, but that's the base cost for those two. If you go to Dustin and he identifies them for you, he can tell you what they are.
I'll do that.
Then you know what they are.
And he may charge you.
And he might charge you.
Probably not. Nah.
So up to you whether you want to keep them or dump them. The Goblin Nerve Tonic, I don't think is. I think that's only in Dungeon Fantasy 8 on page 36. What does that do? Oh,
what does the Alchemist Fire do?
Move faster. Alchemist Fire is like D&D Alchemist Fire.
Fire.
Burning egg.
I think it's just a Molotov cocktail.
With a match to go. Do you smoke your cigarette in style?
Don't fall on it. And
who's our merchant?
I don't know that we get well. Maybe. I think he has some.
No, actually.
What was the question?
Well, he has Streetwise.
Anyone have merchant?
I do not, and I probably should since I have a fairly close friend who's a merchant.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, so my ruling here is that Murdoch collected those on the way out of the sewer lab, and they are his to do with as he pleases.
Yeah, I don't care. I just wanted to get the hell out of there because it stunk.
If you want to just sell them, I'll give you half credit or half cost for them. You can call it good.
I'll sell the Goblin Nerve Tonic. I don't see any.
What does Goblin Nerve Tonic do?
Looks like it's a speed thing. Provides 0.5 to basic speed, gives +1 to initiative rolls, and reduces the penalty for rapid strike by 1. But makes the user effectively ham-fisted.
Oh, actually, I may hold on to them. Can you? I'll just put them in my inventory.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have. I don't think I have a thing for that. Actually, yeah, I don't want to try to go through that right now. You can check the items; it might be in there, but I don't think so. Anyway, that is DF8, page 36.
Okay.
There. Point number 4, medieval glass. So I spent way too much damn time rabbit holing on medieval glass last week afterward. And
semi-cinematic, so you should have just said, breaks.
Well, I was under the impression that medieval glass was a lot thicker, but I can't find any actual evidence to that at this point. So,
so what you're
as
saying,
far as I can tell,
is you were wrong.
At this point, most windows are not going to be glass anyway, which makes me wonder what the hell would it be. But aside from, I mean, there's horn, but
fantasy world.
Yeah, are we medieval or are we fantasy?
Yes,
it's glass.
At any rate, so that would have been cover DR of 5. So it still would have been pretty hard to get through. And you might have had some trouble kicking it out. Plus, it would have just been because it's in little squares or lozenges. So you basically, if you were trying to kick one out, you would have just kicked a single bit out. It might have helped. It might not have. But officially, for the record, from now on, we'll just run with it. And with that, nobody else has anything.
I'm trying to come up with something.
I don't like point spending.
Try to look for some plastic surgery.
You are not going to find that.
Should burn the other side of your face, so you are, well, wait, no, that'd make you hideous.
Question.
But
Can
balanced.
you spend points to improve your appearance?
Under the basic assumption that you can buy off disadvantages, I mean, there's no mechanical reason why you can't just buy that off. And in a modern world,
why would you?
In a modern world, you would explain that by getting plastic surgery. However, this being a more medieval situation, that's trickier, although not impossible. For
It's called
instance,
magic.
you could get glamour or something like that.
Or magic. Magical healing.
Glamour would be magic.
Or you could just die.
Yeah.
That'd be bad.
Or it could possess someone else's body.
Not
I am
mine.
now Sir Kenrick.
Not mine.
I just want to look prettier.
My horse would eat you.
Does being ugly really bother you that much?
No, not really. I'm a dwarf.
I didn't think
I
so.
don't care.
Like, kiss it. Once upon a time, in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John the 17th, having just given testimony at the Court of Common Pleas regarding the recent rat problem, the company of the Bere are at the Heroes Guild Tavern having a pint.
Right.
So-
What's Court of Commons?
Okay, I got to get the rhythm of how to do this. And all right, so a bit of catch up. It has been 4 days since the rat thing ended. Sir Kenrick's uncle, His Grace the Duke of the Woodlands, is in town for the visit.
Oh,
With,
why the hell am I at the inn then?
I'm getting to that. Well, never mind that part. Okay, so yeah, so he's in town. He's staying at the townhouse, so it's busy over there. It's kind of crowded, actually. It's not huge. Also, earlier in the day, you all were summoned to the Court of Common Pleas, headed by the mayor and bailiff and some aldermen, and in this case, also the sheriff was in attendance. And the company was called upon to give testimony about what they found in the sewers. I am assuming at this point that Sir Kenrick would be speaking for the company in that regard.
Sure. I'm honest and truthful. So that could be fun.
At one point, Sir Kenrick was asked where the mission that you guys were executing came from. How does Sir Kenrick answer that?
It was given to me given to us by was it Valorous of the Heroes Guild?
And you don't name who gave it to them?
I don't think that's probably it's probably none of their business. That's one of those things where they go, who hired him? It's like, well, you're gonna have to talk to Valorous, because I'm presuming there are like bylaws that says
right.
that sort of thing, and Henrik is very by the book. Lawful, even.
You noticed when you were being asked that question, the mayor was trying not to look. Very well.
And
So
Henrik probably doesn't even doesn't even think about that until afterwards. Like, oh, right, yeah, he might have gotten in trouble for that. Interesting.
well, he probably wouldn't have gotten in trouble, but he didn't want anybody to know for some reason. Anyway, sometime after sunset bell, after the you guys are released from court, you guys are at the tavern getting a post-court pint before you
Wine.
go your separate ways. Burley has come up and given everybody their drinks as usual. And he sort of waits around a minute until you finish and says, "So, is Murdoch any prettier now? No? Okay, we're
No.
going to need something stronger."
Yeah, just give me a beer. Give me some
No,
ale.
we're the ones that need a drink to make you look prettier.
Those are marks of valor, aren't they? I don't even remember what those are burns, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty burn.
Right, then probably not marks of valor unless he was fighting a fire elemental.
How long has it been since the last mission?
4 days.
So after I find out that my beard is green, I'll get it taken care of. And
that didn't last that long.
I probably would have done something to Brother Getwick to show my appreciation for that.
Cool, I'm so glad Brother Getwick gets it, because, man, that guy, he's a total bag of rocks. I just feel bad for Brother Getwick getting in trouble for...
He is a huge crap weasel, that guy.
Or is it Getwell? Is it Getwick or Getwell? Getwell. Brother Getwell.
I don't know. Getwick is screwed now, though.
Whatever.
Meanwhile, at the Old Minster Abbey, they have this letter for some Brother Getwick that nobody can find. While you guys are drinking and whatnot, several times you heard the familiar female voice of one Ravana the Black somewhere in the background. They're yelling about, "Has anyone seen the Generic Heroes Company? Anybody?" Where the hell?
Have we?
She's not yelling at you guys. She's yelling at somebody
No.
else.
I'm wondering, have I?
I don't know if we've seen them, but we are one.
And you also
because if I've seen them, I will totally say where I saw them.
You see her pass by the door into the tavern in the hall, go in the other direction. And
over here, Lassie.
And she, as she passes by, she pops her head back in through the door and, "Oh, fine, you then."
Yes, we're big time heroes.
So she walks up to the table.
Do we have a photo?
Says, Sir Valorous. He would be terribly offended at that.
Oh, her. I totally nudge Kenrick. I was like, she could totally be into you.
Who gives him a disapproving look?
Number one.
She says, Valor said you might be proper public champions. I have a job for you if you're available.
Oh, I'm sure Sir Kenrick will definitely do any jobs you have for him.
What is the nature of this job, my lady?
She's
completely ignoring Getwell.
She's got that "what the fuck is wrong with him" look on her face, looking at Getwell while she continues.
Burp. Just tell us the details.
Sir Bryton Good-Heart, paladin to the sun god and champion of the realm, arrived at St. Proclus last night and sent Aiden to request for a bit of muscle to back him up while he confronts some necro cult not too far distant. We've decided
in layman's terms.
Don't talk during a cutscene.
You hit skip! Damn it!
Now I can't read the rest. We decided to grant this request for nothing but his good word on our behalf during his travels. His good word is very valuable to us right now. Go with him. Kiss his ass. Do whatever he needs done. Make sure he's safe and happy with the guild when it's over.
I am not kissing anybody's ass. Unless it's yours.
Well, you know, depending on whose butt it is, I would totally kiss butt.
The location she gave, where is that? I mean, in relation to us?
No idea. You'd have to ask him.
Great. Now, I mean, where she said he was someplace that and sent from something from Aiden.
No, he's at the Cathedral St. Proclus.
Okay, so that's in town. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Where is that on the map?
In the Noble District, I believe, or maybe the Garden District, up at the top.
Well, Kenrick is going to definitely cheer or brighten up because Sir Bryton is a famous paladin that everybody knows, and wiping out. Did you say a necro cult?
Yeah.
That sounds
or something
exactly like he had the kind of crap that he wants to do as a hero.
As you guys are talking about it, Patron Zealous, the guild chaplain, pops his head into the room and says, Sir Bryton is in town?
Pretty awesome.
Man.
Fantastic. No, wait, I'm not going to be awesome.
Such an honor to be working with him. To which Ravana responds, yeah, well, there are rumors he eats kittens and buggers children and farts in church and all that. I don't care, as long as he gives a good report. We need the goodwill.
She just wants the 4 stars, 5-star review on crap. What is the online thing?
Yelp.
Yelp. That's the thing. What's the Generica version of it?
Notice board.
YOLO the Bard.
Screech.
All right. So is Aiden still present? I mean, we could maybe chat with him and find out if he knows anything more. But where do we meet the paladin dude?
Said he will meet you in the low market next to the fountain in the morning, like right after sunrise.
So let's see, what else do we need? That's pretty cool.
All right. So
we don't have any others. We don't have any other additional specifics, like where this place is, or where is it taking us out of town?
Not a clue.
Well, that's pretty awesome. I guess we should probably all make sure that when you show up, you are kitted up for a journey, because you know how paladins are. Actually, that does lead me to a question regarding the campaign setting. What is different about the paladins in Generica as opposed to D&D paladins?
Well, they're not all that different in general as far as the overall mechanics go, but I will point out it's generally common knowledge that they have a strict code of behavior, kind of like a monastic order. They don't accept payments in coin ever, and they live on hospitality.
Okay, so it's like second edition paladins, sounds like.
Yeah, I don't remember those too well, but yeah. They are not always pantheonist. They have a single god as their patron, but everybody knows in this particular case, Sir Bryton is a pantheonist, so he does actually worship the same way everybody else around here does. It's a minor difference.
Well, this is exciting.
All right, so if you guys are in, then we
totally gonna fanboy over him.
Anybody have any specific questions for the GM at this point?
I suspect, is Murdoch going to be standard Murdoch dwarvish greedy thing where it's like, and how much does it pay?
Do we get any extra bennies?
What? He's not going to pay you bennies. That's a GM thing.
No, sorry. Do we get any extra guild coins?
She says you guys will get the 1 coin each for taking the job, and another if he comes back saying you guys were cool.
How could he not say we were cool?
We are pretty cool.
Although then we're going to look at like Murdoch and Ledin, who has no real social skills. And
all right, so this being right around sundown, you don't have a whole lot of time to run about and make arrangements.
Out of character, no social skills. Who was passing the carousing last game?
Yay, you can drink very well.
It still helped.
I
just
have
means
a
you're not
carousing
completely
skill.
useless.
I just haven't bothered making any rolls on it, apparently.
So, as mentioned already, you guys don't have any idea where you're going or how far or how long, so you're just going to have to make some guesses at this point. I will point out that with the general population density in this kingdom and that sort of thing, it's not too hard to take a day's travel and still be able to find a place to lodge or get food or whatever. So even if you didn't have anything at all, you'd probably not be completely screwed. Unless you didn't have money either.
I do have a comment. If it's okay, I think I may put 1 point into merchant. One, I am a smithy, so I should have probably merchant skill.
I seem to remember having had that conversation with somebody that you needed merchant.
Yeah, I can probably do that retroactively, like, I did with the veterinary thing. Because that happens all the time when I'm playing. I run into sessions where I'm like, crap, why does this character not have this skill? This character needs this skill. He would have had it like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'm fine with retro adding stuff as long as it hasn't come up yet. Okay, it hasn't come up yet in the actual game story. Technically, the merchant just came up. All right, so as I was saying, you're having to guess a little bit.
So basically, I'm guessing the preparation points thing is like we have no idea where we're going, but we have a map and we know roughly how far we can travel in a day, and these are the best places for camping or inns or whatnot. Question mark?
Yeah, so most of your standard prep related skills will apply: navigation, area knowledge, if you want to do research,
skills,
survival, all that stuff. You don't have a map.
We need a map. Why don't we have a map?
Or what's probably more appropriate is an itinerary. You guys actually had a map when you went on the Generica job, but that was Aiden who bought that map from the guild, and he paid his own coin for it.
How much is a proper map then?
Well, that depends on how you want to pay for it. I can't remember what
in guild.
At the guild, it's just a coin.
We got 19 coins. We should totally spend one of those to have a proper map for the group.
Seems reasonable to me.
Word.
And if that's then I would totally spend one of mine.
I vote we buy the map with the guild coin or group guild coin.
Anyone opposed?
I'm okay with that.
Murdoch was thinking about whether he was.
Yeah, we're all looking at Murdoch.
He was thinking about it. I don't know. Okay, sure.
You got to use them eventually.
Speaking about retroactive skill purchases, I'd like to retroactively use my remaining CP to buy current affairs local.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I think you'd been discussing that. I thought we had a map in one of the items things.
Well, at any rate, we should agree to meet at the appropriate time. Make sure to remind at least Sir Kenrick will at least definitely remind Gitwell, who's probably got a terrible tendency to show up late, that we're supposed to meet at dawn.
Dawn?
That's what he said.
Oh, that's so early. I mean, even the sun hasn't had a chance to wake up at dawn.
Make sure to pack for a trip. Bring your camel thing.
Oh,
camel thing.
I'll totally bring Lady Wagon.
Now you're gonna have to go back out to the Abbey and fetch her.
That means I'm gonna have to so far.
Dude, grow a pair of legs and walk.
So, how do preparation points work? I'm looking at this Benny and plot points thing.
Oh, well, in this case, whatever kind of... And not everybody needs to make rolls in this case, but it's kind of...
Good, 'cause I don't have anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of not like a skill challenge. There's no success-fail thing here. It's just if you got a skill you want to use, I'll let you, and you can explain it. I'll let you roll against it, and we'll pool the margins of success together to see how many preparations.
So I'm presuming Leodin has navigation.
He does.
That might be the first thing to check. Maybe area knowledge, but I don't have a particularly good area knowledge because my IQ's only 10. Sad face. Nothing else I will.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody has area knowledge outside of the capital. I don't remember though.
Is it the capital? Because mine just says Generica.
You actually spent points in it?
No, but I'm not from Generica. I'm not from the capital.
You do get that.
I've only been here a year or so.
No, you get area knowledge for free at IQ level for any place that you've lived specifically. In this case, you've lived in the capital. You've lived in the woodlands in general.
Yeah.
So you've been around a bit.
Obviously not as much as, Ledin, who just wanders around.
I think Dustin, Getwell, and Murdoch probably have traveled the least out of the lot of you.
I know about Dwarf Mount. Do you want anything about Dwarf Mount?
It's a mount with
Murdoch
dwarves in it.
Murdoch has been out of Generica.
Are you having problems with Lady Wagon?
What's a 9?
What happened to his voice?
I got a cough.
Remember, it's that floating Herman's accent.
My vocal cords were damaged in the fire.
So you're a dwarven version of the Hound.
Was that did you took Wagon as an ally?
I thought that's what. Yeah.
Was it? And you only had her on a 9?
It looks like it.
Good lord.
Well,
Oh.
I have a reason. I totally lazed out and didn't get her.
Or, it's like, and we go, what? Where's the thing? He's like, oh no, crap,
Totally.
I lent her out. Yes. I let one of the Abbey guys borrow it.
Just out of interest, is Lady Wagon painted yellow with the words Lady Wagon written on the back?
Just like right above her tailbone or tail.
So I haven't made any rolls for that. I completely forgot that that's what you were doing. I didn't realize it was on a 9. But given
if I don't roll that, then you want to roll it, then I may not have lazed out. Just
well, I'm going to make a command decision here because I know how many of the episodes are going to take place traveling and not. So it's probably going to be about half and half. Therefore, I say if you're leaving the area, she's available.
Sweet. I totally forgot she was an ally, and I'm like, oh wait, I think I have to roll for her. And they're like,
my horse is an ally, but I've got him constantly.
Yeah, he's got his sorted there.
Yeah, I think I need to pump one more point into her to do the constant thing.
Well, you probably don't need to in this run, given what I just said. Oh, I forgot Murdoch had nightmares. All right, you know what?
Dun dun dun.
I'm writing this shit down.
You need like a little notepad above your computer or something.
I've got
dry erase board.
I've got stuff. I can handle it. Was that there before? I had to have been there before. Wow, 15 or less. Right, because he only fails. If he makes that roll, he doesn't have nightmares. Yeah, he's rarely gonna encounter that. Okay, so what kind of prep skills are we actually going to do here? Who's going to do what?
Well, get well, since Wagon's coming along, we'll prep and secure feed for the not just Lady Wagon but Magus too. He's got to kind of head out of town to go get her, come back with fodder.
You calling that a skill roll of some kind?
Let's see. As a skill roll, that's probably animal handling.
I hadn't really considered that, but why the hell not?
Hey!
You got a 0. All right. Who else?
Like I said, Ledin should probably do the nav, since I'm presuming he's got the highest.
So if you guys
12?
actually purchase the
better
map,
than me.
you'll get a +1 for that. So that's 3 total. Murdoch, you got anything?
The only thing I can think of maybe is observation, tactics.
No, those aren't relevant.
Hiking.
That's potentially relevant, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that in while moving?
He's saying it's potentially relevant.
Well,
so we can try.
this is more of a, so it would be IQ based instead of health based.
Yeah, in other words, helping us with getting there a little bit faster.
Not
Make sure you all
that.
have
That's
an
just
extra pair of
packing up.
socks.
It's that. It's making sure you got your insoles in padded socks and shit like that.
Making
Do you
sure
want me to
everyone's
roll it
boots
or
look.
not?
Yeah, but make it IQ based.
I gotta try.
Oh, it does work
Wow.
like that. No, that was me. I was just rolling
Oh.
it to see to make how it works. I was an IQ based.
Okay.
Cool. Because I remember there was something about it, and I'm like, do I roll it, pick it up, and drop it on the IQ? Yes, I do, and it worked.
All right. So we got Leo,
Which
make you
one's-
Murdoch. Dustin, you doing anything?
Potentially. I would like to try to use weather sense to see if we need to pack any specialized weather gear.
That's a good thought.
You can do that. All right. So, was Kenrick actually going to do anything with that, or is he leaving it to everybody else?
I'm looking at what I have as an option. I guess
Like I said, you don't have to,
probably
but-
need to try this.
Wow.
Since I'm going to be prepping to bring the horse along. He might get upset if I left him behind.
Should make a no repeat rule on that, though.
That isn't a repeat.
Well,
Brother
it is.
Getwell rolled animal handling camelid. I rolled animal handling equines.
Well, since he only made it by 0, then I guess that'll be okay. All right. That gets us a total of 3, 6. So that will be 3 plot points. Where the hell did I put that? Not that. That. All right. 3 points. Settled.
Sorry, missed because Lady Wagon is not with us.
She
All right,
is with us.
For
What?
you
didn't
noobs.
catch the whole bit about the command decision.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't catch it. Bummer.
So for you noobs specifically, Paul, and to a lesser extent, Ethan, the plot points are basically allow you to, oh, I forgot to bring this on my character sheet. I'm spending a plot point because we prepared for that, and I'll have that on my sheet. Kind of stuff. So it is keyed to preparation for the journey.
Got it.
So you can't use it in combat or something like that. But it's good for rerolls for things like hiking and that sort of thing too. All right. That is everybody's prep. And we are settled. So nearly everybody has some kind of assistance roll you can make if you wanted to get your organization to help. Dustin has the Wizards Guild. Murdoch has the Smiths Guild. Dustin also has Magister Mentor. but I believe he is not available today. So if there's something that you need you'd like to get from your organization, whatever the hell that is, you can attempt an assistance roll.
Is that a like Savoir Faire Smith's Guild or?
No, basically this is an effective rank. So you have rank in this organization, you can make an assistance roll, and it's really small. I think yours is probably a 3 right now.
I'll try. +1 from Guild rank Smiths,
but
or what?
You're specifically asking for something. So if you're asking, you would want to ask for something in specific, and if you want them to give that to you, then you can make a roll to see if they're going to cooperate.
Got it. Never mind.
Yeah, I have no reason to think that I'd be asking for anything.
For example, in Murdoch's case, being part of the Smiths Guild, he could, for example, hey, I need a buckler. You guys got a buckler lying around, and maybe get them to give up something like that, or even money. I guess if it came down to that, it just kind of depends. Something to think about, even if you don't want to do it now. The roll is usually pretty small, depending on your actual rank. Since you have rank 2, you've actually got the highest chance. And but depending on story appropriateness and appropriateness to the guild itself and that sort of thing, you can actually raise and lower the roll you're making.
Oh, I don't think I need anything right now.
I am definitely going to be returning back to let my uncle know that hey, I'm going to be heading out early in the morning.
The next part. So Dustin is going to need to let the headmaster of the academy know that he is leaving. Sir Kenrick, his uncle, is in town, so he's obviously got to go home and let him know. Laodin needs to let the Rentleys know he's going to be out. Makeu has Grace at the body house, so need to let her know he's going to be out. And Murdoch needs to let the guildmaster know that he's going to be out working.
I will do that.
And all of you guys are known to be members of the Heroes Guild, so this is not unusual. Should not be any grief given. But if you had any other arrangements you needed to make in that regard, do let me know.
Now, do I have my own smithy, or am I just using the Smith Guild's location?
You are not a master at this point, so you are working in another master's shop.
Show enough.
So then I'll just let the person I'm working for know that I have hero stuff to do, and I'll be back when I can.
It's up to you whether you're a wage worker or you're getting paid by the piece or whatever. It just depends on what your preference is there, but you have tenure as far as the other journeymen go. So you're relatively secure. You just don't have your own shop yet. And anytime you decide you want to do that, you can rank up. All right, so if nobody has any other arrangements to make, then morning comes.
Just out of curiosity, is, in quotes, I have Heroes Guild work a legitimate reason not to turn up for your day job?
Yes. I presume at some point somebody might go asking about that if you do it a lot. But generally speaking, you're going to tell whoever you're working for that you're in the Heroes Guild. So they're going to know that you're probably going to bugger off at odd hours.
So it is an accepted excuse.
Yes.
Sorry, baby, but I totally have Heroes Guild stuff right now.
Unless you didn't tell him. Sunrise on 11 mid-spring. Everybody heading straight out.
I am, yes. I'm having to deal with Magnus being difficult this morning.
You make your way to the low market. Some of you have farther to go than others. I think Laodin at this point, he's got like an hour's walk. Actually, maybe not an hour.
Low market is where?
It
West
is
side?
just above the old city. Where is that? That's there by the tree.
Oh, luckily there's a really big road for me to travel down.
As you arrive at the low market, you find the current town crier out there doing his thing. It is not Jack the Tenacious today.
Well, that's disappointing. He's always fun to listen to.
Oh, that's annoying. So I have a button that's supposed to open that image, and it's not bloody working.
User error.
Damn it. Well, potentially, yeah. Anyway, today it is Joffrey Chester, whom you guys may recognize from the Capitol Theater as he performs there regularly. And you know that he likes to really sell the news when he reads it.
Does he hang out with knights a lot?
He hangs out with lots of people. Sometimes he loses his clothing. The visit continues. His Majesty King Willem of Naboria extends his gratitude to the citizens of the capital for their always gracious hospitality. The delegation expects to return home at week's end, weather permitting.
That sounds good.
Relief.
Right, he came here for the cup of sugar.
Yeah, so that particular event is still, it's like in the middle of that, so he usually comes out for like a few days or something like that, and then goes back to Naboria, which is why all the bigwigs are in town, including your uncle. Relief. The city elders have rescinded entry restrictions imposed on travelers hailing from the Earldom of Commercia, as the region has been officially declared clear of their mercifully brief outbreak of measles.
Weasels? That's crazy.
I want to see that now. I've got a box of angry weasels. I guess I'll take it. The sheriff of the Kingswood wishes to discourage noble ladies from traveling through the Kingswood with jewelry displayed openly in hopes of an encounter with the Laughing Bandit. An encounter with less savory characters is far more likely, and the sheriff cannot ensure your personal safety.
These women are slutting it up. Nice.
Yep.
Really?
Totally.
Okay, sure.
Further announcements at the next bell. Thank you all, my public, so much for listening to my words. And he bows deeply. And then, as he is about to dismount the stage, he says, "Behold, Sir Bryton Good-Heart, Paladin of the Sun God and Champion of the Realm," pointing over that way, where you see a very large, handsome man in a white tabard with a gold sun in its splendor. And he approaches.
Oh, greet him appropriately, Sir Bryton.
You must be with the Heroes Guild. Well
We
met,
are
sirs.
Introduce myself and start introducing everybody else.
I'm Murdoch.
Can you sign this for me, please? Say to your friend, brother Getwell.
It's worth noting, after the town crier pointed it out, there are people starting to gather and look and say things like, "Is that really him?" He looks at Sir Kenrick and says, "Sir Kenrick, the hammer, yes? That charge at Crownsford, valiant indeed."
Magnus is going to snort.
Master Dustin, your knowledge should serve us well.
It is my hope that it shall.
He goes to you and slaps you on the shoulder.
Knocks you over.
Master Leodin, Megavanen Melanamin, always a pleasure to walk with the good folk.
What'd you say?
Say good day, friend.
In Elvish.
In Elvish.
You know how Daniel is. He's like, "Oh, look at me! I can actually pronounce, foreign words."
When I can pronounce words at all. Master Murdoch, Shamuch Merhun, strong shoulders even for a mountain folk.
Gesundheit.
Grumble.
Brother Makeyu.
He knows my name.
We are surely
Well,
blessed
I am
to have a brother
introducing
Milton.
everybody.
We are surely blessed to have a brother Milton with us.
You are polite for, sir. My axe is yours.
It's worth noting that dwarves do not teach their language to strangers.
So is Getwell fanboying over this dude?
Sure.
Leo will go and find an imp to sketch a selfie.
Master Horse, you bear the marks of experience.
He's talking to my horse.
Sir
That's
Magnus
fine.
Sir Magnus seems to like him for no discernible reason.
Well, he's a paladin. You're supposed to like them for no discernible reason. That's why they have a high charisma score.
And then Master, whatever you are.
What is this thing?
Eyes that thing quizzically. Mistress. Indeed. During the introductions,
that's Brother Getwell's plaything.
It's like a mating of a horse and a sheep.
It's a donkey. She's a donkey. She's a beautiful, beautiful donkey.
See what I mean? Plaything.
I don't think that's true. During introductions, a smallish crowd is gathered, and a few of the random citizens start asking around, "Is it him?" And they start.
Oh God! Is he going to pull the Mega Man
pressing.
thing?
They start pressing in. He humors their request for baby kissing and whatnot with a broad smile before stepping up and announcing he's off to fight some evil on their behalf with the company of the Bere. Bere. He says, "I love you too, random citizen."
Nice. Great. I hope we're not going to run into the dude who has presentation.
Yeah.
Sir Bryton, you said beer?
You may not actually be aware of that.
Yeah, you're not aware. We are the company of the Bere, but we misspelled it.
We didn't misspell it. The
scribe, the scribe, probably me being the secretary at the time, may have been a little inebriated at the time when we turned in the documents of incorporation.
Okay, so and then since you're a pretty decent BS artist, you blamed it on them.
Yep.
That's deceptive. That's a lie. Disapproving look. Oh, wait, that probably doesn't count because I probably already gave it to you like a year or however long ago it was.
It was like 6 months ago.
There's no statute of limitations on disappearances. No anti-double jeopardy.
So,
Indeed.
Bryton, I think we should get some beer before we head out.
It's a
Since you
long
brought
trip
it up.
to wherever we're going.
No, we don't want to drink before we hit the road. End up spilling it.
But us
Meanwhile,
dwarves
Murdoch
need
is
to
like
drink.
probably sloshing with the stuff that he's actually carrying.
We will head out that way through Vickers Gate.
And what is our destination, sir?
That way.
Lead on.
Okay. Well, yes, we're going to let him lead on.
All right, so you guys start walking. Head out to the east.
I'm going to totally engage him in conversation about some of his best fights. Hey, maybe was he at Crownsford?
He was at Crownsford, actually.
Then I will probably just be discussing Crownsford with them. Presuming he's willing to actually chat.
Oh yeah, he will talk the whole time. He's very pleasant. And he's perfectly fine with not riding a horse at this point. He's all about the walking. Ready to walk. Off we go. You guys get a mile or two down the road, basically out of sight of the town, and we'll step off the road here for a second. And he removes the tabard and all the shiny bits and stuff. Says, I do love the people, but they do make it difficult sometimes. I'm going to be incognito from here out.
Incognito. Okay.
Now, Mickey knows this is a little off. Paladins, as part of their code, always display their affiliations openly. But, people are people.
Except when they're not. So where exactly are we going?
We'll follow the river road south and see what we find that way.
That's not a particularly great plan.
Well, I go where I feel myself led. Today, I am led south along the river.
I'm totally thinking, this is why I couldn't be a paladin.
And with that, the travel montage.
Hey, second.
Two coconuts and you're banging them together.
We're getting paid to follow this guy, so let's just follow him.
Travel montage, epic tracking shot, and all that. So at this point, you guys are basically keeping up with Sir Bryton, who is walking, and he's very clearly a good hiker because he's kind of difficult to keep up with. Leodin is fast enough compared to the slowest person that he can do scouting ahead if he wishes.
Yes, Leo will.
And other than that, everybody can make a hiking or riding check. And I mean everybody, including Leodin. So I let Leodin get away with that the last time. He was supposed to have been making the rolls too.
The default is health.
How'd you pick that up? Didn't you?
I thought I did too, but it's not on my list.
Because I know we had that discussion before we started this run.
Be health -1.
I'll just roll to see if it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, that's true. Apparently not. So Dustin has a fail. You can use one of the preparation plot points if you want a reroll of that. Otherwise, you can just be really tired and have blisters on your feet.
Does hiking not only increase your walking distance by 10%?
Shush, I'm running this. Yeah, at this point, all you're doing is keeping up with Sir Bryton. There is no faster or slower. So
what you doing, Dustin?
Is Dustin going to take it?
Is Dustin lightly encumbered? Because then he might be faster than the rest of us anyway.
Dustin, are you
Hey,
there?
Yeah, I'm lightly encumbered.
What did you say you were doing?
No, lightly encumbered.
Oh,
That
yeah,
wasn't the question.
That wasn't the question. You failed.
Oh,
Are you going to take
did.
the failure?
Yeah, I did. I don't have any.
Yeah.
Well, the group has prep points if you want to use one.
No, I think they'll be more useful things later on.
All right. Well, you didn't fail bad enough to take actual damage, so you're just going to be sore for the first day. During that day, is anybody doing anything in particular? Trying to get Bryton to talk about stuff.
I figure he's probably the sort of person that talks about stuff whether you ask it or not.
I guess that depends on who he's standing next to. He does mention that the being famous has its problems. He does quite often have to disguise himself, and he regrets that dishonors the sun god, but it's a necessity sometimes. There,
But
at
I'm
least,
sure it gets the ladies.
Oh, if only.
So you're saying
He looks at you and says, "That would be against the paladin's code, wouldn't it?"
Actually,
paladin.
I don't know because I don't know what the code is.
From our encounter with him so far, are we able to see whether he is genuinely famous because he knows his shit, or is he only famous because he knows his shit when on camera?
Well, you've only really seen him on camera so far. You know he's got a long stride, but then again, he's a tall guy too, so he looks pretty tough. Sir Magnus seems to like him.
I'm gonna
And
be
it's freaking showboating.
I'm gonna be observing Sir Bryton, just using the observation skill, because it says this is the talent of observing dangerous or interesting situations. So without letting others know that you are watching. So even though we're with them, I'm going to be kind of observing his behaviors, but not try to let on that I'm watching him.
That's fine. There are at least a handful of occasions where Sir Magnus has, quote unquote, accidentally swacked Brother Getwell in the face with his tail, or gotten in his way as he was not looking.
That's right. I forgot. When I was reading the recaps for season 1, you made the horrible mistake of calling my horse ugly.
He has not forgotten.
So I think he doesn't actually like Getwell.
All right. Well, if nobody has any particular probing questions or anything,
not really. I think Kenrick will probably, ask about being a paladin, because that's the thing that's fascinating. It's the stuff of stories and such like that.
well, he'll tell you basically his life story, Tildeer version for those of you that don't want to read it. He was left with a monastery when he was very young. He's never known his family. His only family that he knows are the monks that he was given to, and they ended up giving him over to the Crusader Order after some sun god shaft of light vision thing that happened. And he was trained as a paladin, and he went off and slew monsters and stuff like that.
I am a little envious about that.
He will point out that he thinks there is a chapel to Saint Via up that you guys probably reach before nightfall.
Who's Saint
Sorry,
Via?
I
know Saint Virtus and Saint Victus, because they're in my
Right.
nightly oath.
Yeah, no, Saint Via is patron saint of pilgrims and travelers and that sort of thing. They run a pilgrims hospice up the road.
Oh,
So we can stay there for the night. And indeed, as the sun sets on 2-day, you guys do arrive at, there is a church off the road a bit, and they welcome travelers to stay in the common room. In these particular instances, they generally expect some kind of donation.
We don't believe you until we see an image. Image or it didn't happen.
What is the normal donation for that sort of thing? I mean, the characters
don't
gonna
know.
know.
Hey, I'll give you this goblin nerve tonic.
Does this smell like chloroform?
Wrong game.
Yeah, so anyway, you guys stay the night there. They give you the common room. There's nobody else here, with the exception of a couple of sick people that are in a different area of the church. And if nobody has anything that they need to do overnight,
I will leave a donation, but I don't know how much I need to leave.
I was
I'm
going to
thinking a
donate the
couple pennies.
goblin nerve tonic.
All right, so I will leave $5. Is that right? GURPS?
GURPS,
Is that
I think
a
a
lot?
penny is 4.
Okay, so I will leave more than 5 then. We'll leave 20, so that will be 5 pennies.
I will also inquire if anyone has any ailments that I can see to.
There is a guy over there that you could potentially help. The other one is recovering from the burning pox, so he's there's nothing you can do for him really. But the other one you might potentially help. I don't have any casters here.
Burning pox sounds familiar. Why does it sound familiar?
Now, did we establish that cure disease does not function on burning pox?
Right, that is a magical
That may
disease, so
be
it's
why
resistant.
it's familiar sounding to me.
Murdoch knows all about burning pox, but he doesn't talk about it.
Nope.
Let's see. So
That's right. I should be rolling for secret, right?
No.
No,
the
you
GM
should not.
does.
Have you been rolling for it?
I have rolled all of those for all the sessions already.
So the individuals that are, requiring aid, are we looking at disease, healing, that, or what?
Whatever. There are some people that just need healing, so you'll go around and help.
Sounds good.
What's the terrain around here like? Is there some forests and stuff?
It's woods here and there. Otherwise, it's a little hilly, but not a lot.
Is it the sort of terrain that Leo could go and shoot a rabbit or a deer or something like that, bring back?
I think a rabbit's probably more likely, but yeah, potentially. You have less sleep? I don't remember.
No, he doesn't need less sleep.
Yeah. Oh, right, you got light sleeper. You need the sleep, you just can't always get it.
Wow, we've swapped out Get Well and replaced our cleric with the thing.
Anyway, so Leo's going to choose to fail his loner, and when everyone's getting social and stuff like that, Leo's going to go and find a rabbit, come back with a rabbit.
Maybe a couple rabbits.
Or a couple. But he'll donate those to the church.
Any beer?
They do have beer.
He attacked the beer plant.
I think we
All
should have a party.
Yeah, they don't party here. This is a church.
Let's see if I can change that.
Overnight, while those of you that are trying to sleep are trying to sleep. Murdoch, you find yourself walking into a room where a man recovering from the burning pox is being cared for. And in a squeaky, devilish voice, the man sits up suddenly and bids you come join your brother in the underworld.
Wait, does everybody see this?
Just Murdoch.
We're gonna have questions if everybody sees
Just
this.
Murdoch.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking the GM.
Then Murdoch snaps awake. Your face feels like it's on fire, and you're standing in the open door of the room where a priest is staring at you, jaw agape, next to that guy who was recovering from the pox.
And he's wondering why you have the burning pox now.
My expression will go directly to grumpy face, and I'll just walk away.
Does it ever change from grumpy face?
It's kind of hard to tell.
He's grumpy face right now.
So with knowing...
So was this a
that-
vision, or was this a actual... The guy actually got up out of bed, and I heard a voice in my head, or...
In this particular case, you were sleepwalking.
Oh, okay. So I must have had a nightmare or something.
That's going to get you in trouble.
Also, everybody probably heard him get up and leave the room, muttering.
And then you'll hear me muttering as I go back to bed.
Well, apparently he does this a lot, so most of us don't even pay attention to it.
You guys have seen him act weird before.
He's a dwarf.
Meta knowledge, you've seen him act weird around people with burning pox, but I don't know if the characters have put two and two together as far as that goes yet.
I'm
But
not
now there's
intelligent
a
enough to do
question.
that.
Some of you are.
Yep, they're going to tumble into his secret, and he's going to have to murder them. That's totally what he's going to do.
In the morning, you guys wake up to find Sir Bryton is already up, and he's in the forget what they call it, the mess. But he's in there talking to some of the other lay brothers at the church, just giving them religious advice. Says, you're awake. Time to hit the road. Does anyone feel the need to confront Murdoch about his walkabout?
I just figured he was getting up to go pee or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he is an old dwarf after all.
Well, you don't normally get up to go pee muttering in the black speech. Although you might.
It's the black speech. I don't know anything about the black speech.
Yeah, you guys have no idea what the hell he was saying. It wasn't common. Actually, I wonder if Dustin would actually know. He might. It's probably worth an IQ roll.
You're totally trying to get him into trouble, aren't you?
Just trying to see what Dustin would know.
Yeah, you know it wasn't Dwarvish, and it sounded bad.
I'll probably just hold on to it for now and ask
Keep
later
an
if
eye
I
on
get
him.
more instances. Yeah, and try to keep a closer eye on him.
So be it. Right. Unless you guys have anything else, Sir Bryton is going to requisitions a bit of road food and thank the lay brothers for their assistance and get on the road.
On the road again.
They appreciate the donations of coin and in kind. So today, you know what? I forgot the goddamn map. I apologize. I have to retro something here. If you'll note the location of the green pin, you guys were following the river south. I think you are about there at the end of the night. And today you will be on that yellow line. That's the King's Road. So after you get up and start going a little bit, you hit a very well kept, fairly well metalled road. And Sir Kenrick, at the very least, and to a lesser extent, Laodin is really familiar with this road. In fact, you know, you guys are basically headed toward the woodlands.
And I definitely am familiar with this.
What is your area knowledge?
Generica.
10, you said? But it's 10.
Yeah, it's not great. It's based off of my IQ, so IQ 10.
Yeah, you've been around here enough. You know that up this road is probably Taxford, or Taxford Bridge.
Taxford. That means they're going to tax us.
Well, there's going to be a bridge, and yeah, there will be a toll. All right, so anybody doing anything in particular today?
Help
Other
people.
than not
Help
riding.
people like. I'll help people like Dustin do better with his hiking.
All right, well, everybody can make those rolls again. And if, I suppose, well, we'll deal with that first. And everybody's having a better day today.
Except Laodin.
Leo failed.
He's gassed.
Okay, Leo is not. Yeah, well, he didn't sleep enough last night either, so he's been kind of beat the whole day.
Should learn to get hiking or something.
He keeps scouting ahead and then sitting down to wait for everybody to catch up to him and falling asleep on a tree.
That's totally not going to get you in trouble.
Getwell is totally like anytime Leodin like kind of stalls, Getwell is totally right along with him. Like, yeah, that's how we should travel. Relaxed.
But yeah, this qualifies as a good road, so it's easy going for the most part. So as I said, it's not too far in before you start to realize, yeah, you're headed towards Taxford. And anybody bringing that up, Sir Bryton will say that we will be there before nightfall, definitely.
Huzzah.
And before nightfall, you get to Taxford Bridge.
Yep, it's a bridge.
It is a bridge. It's a very, very big bridge. This is a hub of trade. And as a hub of trade, that means money often changes hand from yours to theirs.
It's a very cool bit of architecture.
I think this real one is in France somewhere. I forget which one it is, though. All right, so yeah, you guys get to the bridge, and as expected, you are taxed for the privilege of crossing it. Also worth noting that the Earl of Taxford is, in fact, the father of Sir Kenrick's adopted mother. So Anne of the Fishpool is currently His Grace's wife, and the one that did most of the raising of the kids. And her father is Earl Tully. So this is his place. He's not here right now. He's the Duke's steward, so he mostly resides in. It's not Hunter Hall. Maybe Hunter Hall.
Something
I
like
forget
that.
the name.
I think it's Hunter
Something
Hall.
like that.
Yeah.
Huntsley. I changed it to Huntsley.
Right. Well, I'm not gonna be like knocking on the door and saying hi or anything. We're on a we're on a mission from God. Sort of. We're with the paladins, so that counts, right?
Except he's incognito.
So, how much is this toll?
It is more than you want to pay, but you guys were prepared.
Oh, right.
Is
So
it possible
can we spend a
I will-
preparation point to pay the toll?
You can actually do that.
I think we want to spend a preparation point to pay everybody's toll.
Seconded.
Word.
I don't need to even roll greed skill for that. I'll go for it.
It's like, what? I can use one of the preparation points or spend my money? Yeah, F that.
Suppose you could try to talk him down if you want, but
That
you're
would
not,
be against
you're not
the
as
law.
likable as the. I'm just talking about Murdoch.
Well, I just now got the merchant skill, but again, greed is going to take place. I can burn a preparation point and not spend money. Burn preparation point.
Oh, you're spending money. It's just money you guys had already set aside for this purpose.
Whatever. Well, I will then, in that case, I will probably do the merchant skill to see if we spend less money.
Now, in that case, this being a legal issue, what you would be doing is streetwise to see if you can. Actually, you can't pay them to make you pay less.
What more is I'm going to use the
Suppose you
merchant
could
skill to
fast
basically
talk
say,
them.
hey, we are heroes. Can you give us a discount?
Could you pay them to not charge us?
I don't think that would work.
That'd be bribery.
Yeah, but then you'd be paying more.
No, you would pay them directly so they wouldn't charge you the full price.
Or not charge you at all, as if you were never there.
Anyway, if you wanted to try to talk your way out of the toll, that would probably, what you described would probably be diplomacy, if not fast talk.
Brother Getwell has diplomacy, right?
Yeah, but he
We
might not be
prepared
inclined to
for
do
this,
so.
people.
Okay, just
I'm
use
totally-
burn
Why
the
are
PP
we-
point.
Wait, why are we debating?
Murdoch is just grumbling. He doesn't want to part with money. He doesn't have to. He just hasn't figured out how to get out of it yet.
Burn the PP point.
Okay, so you guys cross the bridge, and Sir Bryton says, "We're going that way."
What's that
And
way?
you get the feeling he knows his way around here pretty well.
Well, it's a hub of scum and villainy, apparently. This looks familiar for some reason. Why does this look familiar?
It could look familiar. Let's see. All right, so
Are those the geese that lay the golden eggs?
Probably not.
no, they wouldn't be walking them down the street if they were. You guys pass through public square as you're entering Taxford proper, and you hear the local town crier say, "In light of the death of his steward, his lordship, the Arl regrets to announce that all public almshouses will remain closed until a replacement is made, hopefully within the week. His lordship thanks the good people of Taxford for their patience during this trying time."
Well, they should get a job anyway.
As he says that, you think Sir Kenrick thinks he might have heard the Duke talking about something like that while he was at the townhouse before. You continue on, and there you arrive at a certain open area with a fountain, and Sir Bryton stops everybody and says, "All right, I need your assistance with a few tasks."
Oh, his head just lit up with a with an exclamation point. Yep.
All right.
Except
what
you guys
tasks
can
are those?
you guys can sort this. This is unskippable. You guys can sort this out however you want, but all right. So I need somebody to deliver a message. There's an old beggar, long gray beard, bald, sits across from the guild hall. Tell him the raven that faces north will drink from a stone. Be very specific and loud. He doesn't hear very well. Let me know if you need me to write that down.
Can you say that again?
Please do. Put it in chat.
Well, yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? All right. I also need somebody to find the Colored Animal Brew House. The proprietor there, Big Owen, he owes me 50 pence. Collect that from him, and don't take no for an answer. If he gives you any grief, tell him it's about the bird. You'll know what that means. I've also got a shopping list here. He's got a piece of paper. Just some random items we'll be needing. If somebody can pick these up. Also, there's a chapel to St. Fiscus down the main street that way. They have a finger bone of St. Pius. Get that from them. The real one, not one of the fakes they sell. And some sacrament wafers while you're there.
Dang it. I guess I'm going to have to do the church one.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not planning to see any visitors or well-wishers today, so it's important that I'm not disturbed. In the meantime, I will be in there, and he points at what is obviously a brothel, returns a big smile and a finger wave to a red-haired woman outside, advertising, and continues, "So meet me back here in, say, an hour? No need to follow me. I've got this well in hand. You guys are the best." And then he turns and walks toward the brothel, calling out, "Trist, my love," and enters the establishment with the woman.
Being a paladin sounds pretty cool.
Getwell looks to everyone. I totally want to be a paladin when I grow up.
He brings disgrace to the paladin name.
What are you talking about? The dude's got it all. He's like a local hero. He gets the ladies. You know, he's like, everyone loves him. Come on.
Out of character.
Why wouldn't you want to be?
Out of character, who does Getwell worship?
I worship the Pantheon in general, but I focus on the daughter and the son, I believe.
It's the goddess of love, goddess of war, or god of
love
war.
And war. Yeah, love and war.
Yeah, the pantheism is fully polytheistic, so they don't favor one god over the other necessarily. Although in Meku's case, obviously, he's paid more attention to certain parts.
Well, I'll take care of the inn. I'll go and get this 50 pence from the guy and tell him it's about the bird.
I'll find the beggar.
I'll totally swing by that church.
Then I suppose that leaves me with a shopping list.
There's nuns.
Well, there you go.
Sometimes those nuns aren't that celibate.
Actually, what does that
Wink.
leave Sir Kenrick with?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure.
You're going to keep him from being bothered.
I'm going to probably end up chatting with some kids.
Just
So you're
make
just gonna
sure
hang
the
out
kids do not bother Sir Bryton.
Perhaps
Keep,
you should go with Murdoch. If he is to collect some money from someone that is unwilling to give it, then you could perhaps help convince him.
Don't worry. He'll give me the money one way or another.
I think Kenrick is a little confused at this point because from what he knows about paladins, Sir Bryton isn't quite acting like he would expect. So he's like trying to figure out, okay, is this dude legit? I mean, yeah, Getwell seems to get along with him really well, or I think it's awesome, but that's like kind of a point against him, not in his favor.
It's true.
By the way, I did that observation roll the other day. Did I pick up any
Mhm.
clues observing him?
Not yet. I think,
So I think
what I would tell you is if you've been watching for him to, if do something suspicious, you haven't seen it yet. Not something that you would definitely say, okay, this guy's an actor or something.
Well, I'm kind of getting that. Even with a IQ of 10, I'm kind of getting that. He wants us to get money, be an enforcer for him, and get some money from somebody. He's going into a brothel. I mean, that's not someone that you would say is of high standard.
Wait, whoa. So you're saying that Brother Getwell is not someone of high standards?
yes,
I have very high standards.
Brother
I have
Getwell
quite
lives in a
high
brothel.
standards. I live in a brothel. Thank you.
and you are making his point. I'm kind of siding with Murdoch here. Yeah, I
But
think
we
I'm probably
agreed.
just going to be loitering. Yeah, that's the
But
thing.
we
is-
agreed
agreed.
to follow him, so we got to do for now what our charter tells us.
Never
to do.
meet your heroes.
Mm-hmm.
What's
All right.
what's
Seems
on the
kind of cool.
shopping list? I'm curious about the shopping list, honestly.
There's some food on there, a bag of manure, handful of altar candles, bag of salt, bottle of good wine. He says there's little underlines under good, a few yards of linen, twine, some other random stuff.
Okay.
Actually, Sir Kenrick, if you would be willing to come with me, it might make getting the 50 pence a little easier. And maybe
I'm not going to be intimidating a dude for money.
no, but I will intimidate, not you. But
yeah,
you
that's
might
why you
prevent.
won't need me.
But you might prevent bloodshed.
If there's bloodshed, that means you failed.
I think you've got this.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be loitering, and keeping an eye out, and in case he like sneaks out,
Well, it
goes
happens
off and starts murder some people.
happens to work out just nicely. So we'll start with Dustin. So Dustin is going shopping.
That is correct. Yes.
All right. So you'll pay. You have money?
I do have money.
Okay. So it'll cost you some money, especially the good wine. And the altar candles, you don't have to go to a church to get those, although you could, but they probably want a donation or something like that. So you can go around and get stuff on the list. Nothing particularly difficult to get. Actually, I wonder how expensive the linen would be, but that's another matter. Okay. Let's see.
While I'm out and about, is there do I come across any interesting books and or book shops?
Well, tell you what, you can give me a reaction for the universe and see if something interesting, quote unquote, happens.
You're going to get
Evidently
shanked.
not. You are incredibly bored.
Oh, alas.
There aren't even any hot chicks.
Oh, man.
Let's see who's next. Get well. So you are going to the church to get the relic. All right. So you arrive at the Church of St. Fiscus, and the priest there that greets you at the door, looks like there's not really anybody home right now. This is 2 day. Yeah, it's still 2 day. No, it's 3 day. It's the middle of the week, and they're not doing mass right now, and it's late, so they're actually basically trying to pack up for the day. So you arrive there. He answers, wants to know what you're up to. How do you approach?
Batman, like Batman. Just beat him up and steal it. Wait, that might end badly. That's you, Mark.
Sorry.
Fix
Just
it.
sat back down. What's up?
God damn it.
You're going AFK. Mark yourself AFK. Sluggers.
So I'm at the church, right? Going for the knuckle bones.
Okay.
But the real ones, not the fake ones.
You are greeted at the door by the priest there, and he wants to know what you're up to.
I greet him honorably, and I am here on a noble quest. I am assisting the most honorable, most.
You're smart, right?
Yeah.
He did say he wanted to stay incognito.
Well, he didn't say where he was.
But I was just a reminder. I mean, you could still potentially drop the name, but
yeah, but he's fanboying, so he'll. I'm on a quest for.
I'm on a quest for some Bryton.
And I've been sent to acquire the knuckle bones.
All right. Oh, well, okay. We've got several to choose from.
I'll understand, your grace, that we really need the real ones, not just the ones that, are sold to the or not the gentry. What is it? The we are the common folk.
Are you accusing us of selling fake relics?
Absolutely not. We would never do that. But there are those that have much more potential to than others. We want the greater potential ones. Wink.
All right. Well, he doesn't want to admit that if he has a real one, he doesn't want to admit to it. He seems to think that all these are perfectly real, and they can be had for a reasonable sum.
I will look at them, as we are both, brothers. We can sense the potential power within them, I am sure.
I suppose it's worth mentioning that he outranks you because he's an actual priest, but not by a lot.
Right. I will kowtow a little bit to improve my
As an attempt to influence,
Yes.
that was a really good roll. You were very you bowed appropriately, and he seems to find you trustworthy enough to tell you that, okay, well, we do have the good one that we keep in the rectory here. I'd be happy to show it to you, but we don't want to sell it necessarily. I mean, it's important.
Of course, absolutely important. But I would definitely love to see it.
So he shows it to you.
And then I will start talking him into loaning it to me for the greater good and Sir Bryton and the noble task that he has set me upon.
All right. So what kind of skill you want to use for that?
I will use guess it's gonna have to fall into you know what? I'm gonna try and fast talk him into it.
Well, fast talk doesn't necessarily have to be lying, per se.
Right. It just admits some truths and kind of
Well, it could
glosses
be
over.
entirely true. It's something that later on he's going to go, hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I will do that.
All right. Fast talk it is then.
Ah! Oh!
That was a shit roll.
What is it to reroll? Or is that Benny's to reduce?
Yeah, that's preparation. Okay. Well, you're going to piss him off.
Let's see. How do I back that up?
I don't know how you get out of that.
When he does show you it and you hold it, you could just put it in your pocket and start walking out. And say, yeah, thank you.
The only problem is Getwell would recognize would classify that as stealing, and he is
maybe
regardless
not if he
of
gives
everything,
it back.
He has the Let me see. Let's see how will Getwell
Borrowed
his
without permission.
Yeah, will Getwell borrow without permission? Oh heck yeah, he will totally borrow without permission. Well, I was hoping that you'd give me permission, but I do absolutely need this, and I must be going now.
So you're going to try to yoink it?
Yes.
How about Dex then?
Oh. Just trying to see if there's anything.
Well, just wait till he hands it to you and you're inspecting it, then pocket it.
Well, he already inspected it, and then he said he wanted to borrow it. He tried to manipulate him. Well, you just barely got it.
Ready to take it back, and I'm like,
he was
eyes
so flustered. He was so flustered at your attempt to manipulate him that he momentarily lost himself, and you said yoink and ran.
So you're a thief.
I'm not telling Kenrick.
Do you have anything to say as you flee?
I'll make sure you get it back.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel a disapproving look from Kenrick somewhere. It's like I totally feel like Kenrick is going to give me a disapproving look if I tell him what happened here.
No, right, he wouldn't. On. He's going to arrest your ass, and then because you should not have stolen it. And that's a relic of the church.
Well, but they are also selling fake relics there, so
And I'm bringing it back. At least I intend to bring it back.
So, Sir Kenrick, as he is hanging out at the fountain, I guess, trying to sort
Yep.
things out, just after everybody's sort of splitting off in their different directions, an old dude who was standing by comes up and says, was that Sir Bryton? I'd really like to talk to him. I'm an old man and I might die, any time. It's on my bucket list,
Okay, now I have to figure out how does he respond without lying.
Or he could just say, "Go right on in. He's having fun with a girl."
No, he asked us to do not disturb, remember? I'm presuming that's one of his win conditions.
I was kidding.
Um,
Do you have truthfulness?
he does. And I'm not even bothering to roll it because I failed it. He's got the honesty and truthfulness. So he asked, was that Sir Bryton?
Well, think about it this way: you're having doubts.
Yeah.
You're having doubts right now if he really is Sir Bryton. Some of the actions he's doing, is this really Sir Bryton?
That's true.
What is the proper? No, let's see. I know how to do it. It'd be like, probably call them neighbor. Regretfully, neighbor, I cannot answer that question at this time. Perhaps later, if that was Sir Bryton, then we could arrange a meeting.
In, say, 2 hours?
Tell me about yourself.
That sounds a bit diplomatic to me.
Well, I can give it a try.
Who knows?
Woohoo!
Holy God. He seems amenable to your suggestion, and he is very excited, and he runs off.
Oh, I was going to ask him about himself, but okay.
Next, Murdoch. You go to the Colored Animal brew house. Within, you find a man tending bar, very large. If you ask for Big Owen, they will point to this man.
Oh, it's my turn now, huh?
What?
Hello, Mr. Owen. I am Murdoch. I'm here because you owe someone some money. 50 pence. And it's about a bird.
What? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think you do. If I have to drop his name, I don't think you'll like what comes next.
I'll know his name?
I'll kind of get a little closer to him with my ugly, grumpy face and say,
He kind of leans back.
Who I'm talking about. You owe him 50 pence, and if you don't pay up, remember the bird.
No, I really don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to be more specific. And stay on your side of the bar.
Wow. I'm not being very intimidating.
It's because you're sitting there eating the peanuts that's on his bar?
He seems genuinely bothered by the idea that you want money from him, and it's starting to unnerve him a little. And you're being very aggressive, but you won't say why.
Sir Bryant wants his
Bryant.
money.
You're just terrible with names today.
What is his name?
Bryton.
Sir Bryton wants his money.
And it's about the bird.
And it's about the bird.
When you say Sir Bryton, and then it's about the bird, it takes him a second for it to register, and then he said, He wouldn't dare. I will not do this. He can't do this.
Do what?
That was not a serious promise. I don't have to give him that money.
What are you talking about? Either you give the money or you explain what's going on. Give the money. Huh?
All right. Are you doing anything different at this point, or just pressing?
Well, since intimidation didn't necessarily work, I may try to lighten the mood.
For the record,
yeah,
you have a bonus to intimidation because you're ugly. And also, that is resisted by him, and he seems to be buckling a little bit. He probably just needs a nudge.
Give me the damn money and I'll get out.
So I probably have my hammer in my hand or whatever. And I'll probably be looking at him. It's like, just take the hammer and I kind of start tapping it on the bar table. Listen.
You use a hammer? I thought you used an axe.
I have a hammer axe, so I'm using the hammer portion of it, the blunted.
Gotcha.
I don't want to put marks in his bar. So I'm just kind of tapping it. Boom, boom, boom.
You're so nice while you threaten his life.
Is not a lot of money.
Actually, it is a lot of money.
Not in comparison to what may potentially happen to you if you don't pay up. Boom, boom, boom.
All right. Well, with the slight addition of threats of violence, he will in fact at some point buckle, and it will take him a few minutes to gather the money, but he will actually do so, and he does actually have it available. Yeah, it's not a small amount.
Now that he's got, after he gets the money, though, I got to check something first.
Actually, yeah. I think you sent the wrong guy for that mission.
Ooh. Oh, man.
Well, he chokes it back.
Wow. Okay,
well,
so I get the
we're
money.
On a mission.
Yeah,
Does he have a code of honor of any sort?
No.
He does have a sense of duty to the team, but I don't. Yeah.
But this is a large amount, so I'm considering I got some negatives on my roll. So I'm like, yeah.
He has a sense of duty to the team, and he doesn't necessarily want to screw them over. And he did make the roll, so.
Okay. He feels
he's
honor bound
really
enough. He is really tempted to hold on to like a couple coins. Just say, oh, here's a 990.
Here's what he had on him.
Here's what he had on him.
All right, Leodin, you go to the guild hall as directed, and indeed there is an old man sitting across from the guild hall who has a change bowl out and is begging.
Is he the only one with a change bowl out and begging?
The most likely interpretation is that would be the guy, and he did say he was bald and had a long gray beard, and that's definitely his case.
Alright, Leo will walk up to him, stand in front of him. Let me check if Leo is charitable.
Yeah, Kendrick doesn't have that, but he would have probably left money with that guy anyway. Because, trying to be a great guy.
Leo is not charitable, so he will simply get the guy's attention, and he will say, "The raven that faces north will drink from a stone."
What? Can't hear you.
So Leo will lean in really close, so he's like face to face with this guy, and he will say, "The raven that faces north will drink from the stone." And I guess Leo will maybe do some hand gestures, so he'll do a bird, he'll point north, and then he'll sort of drink, and then he'll make his hand into sort of a fist for a stone. So he'll say this as he's doing it.
And he looks at you like you're crazy and says, "Okay."
I just had an interesting thought here, but I don't know if I want to go into detail.
Uh-huh.
So Leo will say,
Jinky.
"Can you repeat what I said?"
He does, in fact, repeat it back, and appears to have not messed it up at all, although he's definitely raising an eyebrow at the whole thing.
Leo will say, "Do these words mean anything to you?" At which point Leo...
I think they mean you're crazy. But I'm not one to talk, am I?
So Leo will look around to see if there's potentially some other beggars.
Should go to each one of the beggars and do that.
Just to be sure. All right. At this point, everybody can make a perception or observation or a shadowing roll or whatever, as you please.
It kind of feels like somebody's watching me.
I was in the process of typing up something. I was wondering how much of this is like just pure distraction on Sir Bryton's part, where he's like being watched or pursued or something like that. So he's sending us to do these. He's sending us to do these weird tasks that is going to cause the people to go, "Huh? We got to dig into this." I do not see your roll. I don't see 1, 2.
There it is.
Well, in both Dustin and Getwell's case, they recall seeing not both the same guy necessarily, because I don't know, but they both kind of recall seeing the same guy, like over here and over there on their way back. And they're not sure, but He may have been watching. Some seedy-looking character in a hood kind of thing.
This is where's the market in comparison to where Kenrick's at?
It's over there, like not that far away, maybe a block.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go over there and buy some like apples or something for the horse.
Getwell's going to veer off the straight path, and he's going to go someplace like a butcher.
Try to lose him.
No, well, yeah, but he's going to go to a butcher shop and ask to buy some bones that look like a knuckle bone.
Ah. All right. Spend a little extra money for something you might be able to throw at somebody, I guess.
You know what you should do? Go buy,
I'll buy 2 sets of knuckle bones, but
buy a fake knuckle bone that they've been selling, and then return a fake. You keep the real one.
Well, that's great. I love that. But that.
But no, I'll never do that.
So, Leodin, but he will buy like 2 knuckle bones from the butcher, or bones that will casually passes the knuckle bones in general, and then he will put the real one when he'll make it his way to like an outhouse and put the real one in like someplace that's hard to get to, that anyone's and then he'll put the fake one in one pocket and one fake one in the other pocket.
Gotcha. All right, well, so at about an hour later, everybody's coming back. Kenrick had gone to the market to get some apples, and he's on his way back. And as you return to the fountain, Sir Bryton is standing at the fountain, or actually sitting on the fountain, and he's just talking to some stranger there. And as you approach, it sounds like, some kind of, no, you should tell her how you feel. She'll respect you. And as soon as you guys start to gather up, he pops up and says farewell to the guy he was talking to. It's all right. Well, let's go.
I'm gonna mention the dude that wanted to chat with him, but I don't think I see him. Do I? I don't think so.
No, you don't.
Probably
see
not.
him, no. Says, oh, well, I guess he's too late. We have to go.
Do we?
Yep, we have to keep going. We will not be staying here tonight.
Okay. Where are we going then?
East? Yes, east.
Sir Bryton, question for you. What is this thing about the bird?
Oh, that would be telling.
That is what I want you to do, to tell me.
The secret's not a secret if you tell anyone.
What is about the bird?
Oh my God, you don't have curious, do you? Because that'd be horrible. Where you're like, I must know.
Says, well, let's leave and we'll talk about that on the way.
If you want people to have if you want this money, you will tell me.
Oh, no,
What?
Don't be like that.
No, don't
Tell
be
me.
like that, Murdoch.
If I tell you a story about the bird, you won't know if it's true.
No, I won't. So he could just say anything.
But that would be dishonest.
And that would be a clue, wouldn't it? That someone has body language.
How
or
would you
perception.
know?
Not me, someone else.
If we paired.
Right, we're heading east.
At any point does he inquire about the tasks? You know, were they completed? Was there any problems? Or does he just go on about leaving?
Exactly. Because Getwell's not going to, if he says anything, you get the knuckle bone, like, yep, right here. And that's all. He won't pull it out or anything.
Nope, he doesn't ask anybody about it. Just, I guess he must just assume that everybody did what they were going to do.
So he doesn't even ask for the money that he was owed?
No, of course, he knows that he has the money because he's threatening to withhold it.
Yeah, but he didn't ask for it, though.
No, he did not.
Grumble, grumble. All right, let's go.
All right, so after you guys exit the town of Taxford, you guys cut sort of northeast-ish and along a not very well kept road. It's definitely not the King's Road, so you don't really know where you're going at this point, but it's that way, and he seemed very confident. Along a tributary of the river, and after the sun goes down, you guys are walking for a little bit longer, and he says, we'll camp over there. Yeah, that looks like a good spot.
Does it look like a good spot?
There's a clearing.
I'm totally look at Led, and because he's the guy we generally rely on for the camping stuffs.
Yeah, it's got decent sight lines. It's right there next to the river. It should be reasonably comfortable. Yeah. That's not a bad spot.
Can I roll another observation skill to observe Sir Bryton's as we're walking for the day?
Are you looking for something in particular?
I am looking for just any mannerism changes, anything just more suspicious than what I'm already kind of getting.
Roll that in the box for me, would you?
To Sir Kendrick, as Sir Kendrick looked over.
No D.
Sir Kendrick.
Keep putting a D in my name.
Leo will just simply nod. Yeah, it's a good sight.
Well then, let's set up camp.
All right, you guys take some time, pitch camp, and do the thing.
I will ask about the bird. Now I'm sort of curious myself.
Let's see. He will tell you a tale about the bird that has clearly not got anything to do with Big Owen or the colored animal brew house.
Well, that's interesting.
And while Murdoch is looking at him through squinty eyes, he seems to not notice that you are keeping close tabs on him this way, and he you don't see him do anything here since you guys left Taxford that doesn't jibe with anything he's done before you got to Taxford. So there's no change in demeanor or anything that you've been able to detect here.
You know what's going to totally end up happening? We're going to be like all super suspicious, and this dude is going to be exactly what he says and is. But we're going to all leave like, was that all a play? I mean,
In the meantime, we're going to take a break.
Oh no, we're taking a break. Why are we taking a break? We just got started.
Because I need to pee.
You should get like a Gatorade bottle.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's a good way to end up with it on the carpet. All right, take 5. Back in a minute.
Taking funf.
Yay. All right. Failed to mention that it has been rather nice weather for the last couple of days, and is so overnight, and you are not disturbed.
Okay, I recognize this place.
Yeah.
You guys get up around around sunrise, and Sir Bryton is already up bright and early doing morning stuff. And he starts, as everybody else is starting to get up and around and doing their thing.
I would have said guard shift.
That would be
well,
that would be a terrible spot to camp. The mosquitoes would be horrible.
Not when you're palling around with a paladin. He has anti-mosquito repellent. Wait, did he buy that linen? Now we know why.
So he's doing some stuff, and while he's doing that, he's talking to the rest of you. Says he wants to have you guys go on ahead up the road and see if there's a village there and what kind of lodging they might have, or maybe if there's a nice church there, maybe we can stay there. And look around, see if they look like good people to you. And meanwhile, he's cutting a branch down from a tree and clearing some stuff off it, and then he gets the twine and ties it off there, and he's clearly making a fishing pole. And then he takes the 2 or 3 yards of linen and sets that up as a blanket on the side of the river and starts fishing.
Well, I don't think
Okay.
we should all leave. Some of us should
No, that's
stay
fine.
and keep you safe.
That's fine. I'll be fine here. You guys all go on ahead. I need some me time.
I still don't agree with that.
But he's the client.
I'm stubborn. I don't agree.
Well, somebody may have to talk you out of it then.
Someone will have to talk me out of it. Someone do a skill challenge against me. See if you can talk Murdoch to not stay behind.
Oof.
Yeah, you have leadership though, don't you?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. What? You're not going to use intimidation?
I will. I'll intimidate to stay behind. I'm stubborn.
I did not ask for a roll.
We're going to have to throw you out of the party, aren't we?
The real question is, do we really care?
Well, the client cares.
Well, that's for the client and Murdoch. That's their problem.
No, but if he gives us a bad rating on Yelp or Gulp or whatever it is in Generica land, that is going to be on Murdoch.
That's a good point. Is Murdoch's greed going to override his stubbornness? Because they get paid less if he's not happy.
Okay, I'll go.
That role means you don't have to be greedy.
Exactly. My greed is not getting the... I'm not... Oh, well, it's... Whatever.
Whatever.
Right. Let's go to this village.
Well, he
This
didn't
is
say
such
there
a
was a village there.
confusing-
He said go check and see if there's one. To be fair.
Uh-huh.
Not that you don't expect there to be a village. There are villages all over the place.
After we get a little bit further down as we're walking or whatever, I'll ask Layden. Layden, can you maybe double back and just keep an eye on him from a distance without him noticing?
Of course I can. I had planned to do that all along.
Thank you.
That's a bad idea if, the client finds out.
Well, he said he wanted some me time. He didn't say we couldn't watch from a distance. Keep an eye on
He
him.
gave us a task.
And we will get it done. Leodin has his task.
He gave all of us a task.
So Kenrick, he is our client. We are obligated to keep him safe too.
But are you obligated to keep him safe from himself? That is the question, is it not?
Yes. Leodin, I think it would be a good idea if you just watch him from a distance without him noticing you.
Kenrick is established as our company's leader, yes?
I think he's the most leader-like of the group, so by default, probably, yeah. I think he may be the only one with leadership. I don't know. Getwell does? I don't remember. I'd have to look.
At the same
So
time,
Kenrick, are you
I
ordering
don't
us? Are you ordering me
entirely-
to not keep an eye on our client?
As I was saying, at the same time, he doesn't entirely disagree with the hey, we probably do need to keep eyes on. He will probably consider it for a few moments, and then likely sort of basically, yeah, it's like, well, stay stealthy.
Well, you might need Leodin to scout ahead.
This is
No,
also
it's
true.
fine. We're on a road, right?
Yeah, but
You are on a road.
we still have
Leodin's
Leodin.
probably, who's the stealthiest of us?
Leodin.
So then I would say Leodin keeps an eye on Sir Bryton. That way Sir Bryton will probably not notice him. And
Or he will, because, paladin.
Well, maybe or maybe not. It depends on how stealthy Leodin is. And if Sir Bryton doesn't notice it, what?
Bryton's a great guy. Why are we
We're keeping
doing
an
this?
eye on our client, making sure he's safe.
What
would
he
happen
asked
if
us not to be, right?
what happens if we go to this town and then we come back and he's dead?
Then we were acting upon our client's orders, and we are in the clear.
Boy, you guys haven't. Where's your brains?
You should point out that
let's not take the
we
risk
lost
of
our-
getting entirely.
So we're doing is all I'm saying is we're sending one person back to keep an eye on him. The rest of us will go and do what we have been asked to do.
I should point out that if something happens to our client and he is killed or disappears, then we do not get paid.
Okay.
Well, that's not necessarily true. You took the job, so you get the first bit.
Yeah, we still
But
get
we
one
won't get
point
the
each.
second bit.
And if that's under his own direction, that's on him. That's his risk he's assuming.
Well, Leo will turn to Kenrick for a judgment, a decision.
Yeah,
I already said to be
think
stealthy.
I think we probably, because Daniel did point out the scouting thing. I think if we can quickly, because Leodin's really fast, right?
He's pretty fast, yes.
Yeah, if he can do a quick scout where he goes, yeah, there's a village, that many steps that away, or that many yards, or 100 meters, whatever, and then we go, okay, we're going there, while he circles back and sort of keeps an eye on the client to keep him safe in case an angry mob of fangirls comes swarming around the bend.
Compromise.
And then he goes, well, I guess I could stay for a while.
Then you stay here, keep an eye on him, while I scout ahead. I'll be back soon. And Leo will then just take off.
We'll gather our stuff and at least, get some distance there where we can still probably kind of see him while we're waiting for Leo to come back and go, "Oh my God, there's a dragon ahead," and we go, "Nope." Because I don't remember how fast Laodin is.
Well, it is going to take a while. For the brain, sorry.
Did we break you?
No, I'm.
That's disappointing. I was hoping we could break you again.
You don't know how long he's going to be gone because you don't know what's ahead.
Right. So we're probably looking for high ground.
Or we just walk slowly in that direction, give them time to scout ahead.
Right, but you don't know how long Laodin's going to be gone.
I can stay behind until Laodin comes back and changes spots with me.
No, it'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
How do you know?
Proceed because he's a paladin of the sun god. Rah rah rah.
He hasn't impressed me so far.
Rah, rah, rah.
Actually,
har,
he's
har.
kind of impressive.
No,
I'm impressed.
he's just got into a brothel and walked around. I'm not
Wait,
impressed.
Maybe he was running around doing cure diseases.
He spoke
wait,
Dwarvish.
Is there something wrong with brothels?
Well,
Not for the likes of you and me, but for him, yes.
Wait,
All right, so
look, some folks are
for
blessed.
posterity. What is the actual plan going to be now?
Well, Leo,
One person describe it.
Leo, from his point of view, he's going to grab some lamnis bread from his pack, shove it into his coat, hand his travel pack to.
why don't you just leave it grounded?
Murdoch.
He'll
give it to Murdoch.
He'll probably give it to Murdoch. He's a dwarf and a pack mule. And then Leo will say, I will be back in... how far can you get in a couple of hours? He could get quite far.
If it's that far, then that's not scouting. That's continuing the day. I'm figuring
Leo
he's
will say,
be at best an hour away. Probably less than that.
I'll be back within an hour.
Right, so he bolts. We're going to gather our stuff and loiter a little bit, but then eventually start heading out.
Okay.
It'll be fine.
And after you
Grumble,
start
grumble,
heading
grumble.
out, are you actually just sort of slow walking out?
Yeah, but it's still a road, so we're gonna still end up covering some distance and go, ah, crap. Well, I hope we don't hear a hideous scream.
All right.
I just hope I don't have to say I told you so.
So, assuming I've understood this correctly, then you guys slow walk a little bit, and you go for about 15 minutes or so down the road when Laodin has returned, saying, yes, there is indeed a village up the road. For you guys, it's going to be another 15 minutes or so, so about 30 minutes total away.
Okay.
Not huge, not busy. Didn't see many people over there.
Then the rest of us will continue on to the village, town, whatever, while Laodin sort of swings wide around and, maybe stealthily approaches to watch Bryton hopefully not do naughty things to himself.
Mm-hmm. So Laodin is going to remain behind while everybody else goes to the village.
And scouting or being stealthily is going to slow him down a little bit. So whatever naughty things you're wanting him to get up to, I hope he's not about to get abducted.
Well, who knows? All right, so we'll deal with the village first then. You continue up the road, and indeed, there is a village up ahead. It's not the most spectacular thing you've ever seen, but there it is. You just gonna walk in, or what are you doing?
Why wouldn't we just walk in? Looking for a church.
I'm asking.
Want to find out what these people are?
Yeah, there's hardly anybody out and about. Looks almost not quite deserted. There are a couple of people here.
Seems odd.
In fact, they see you guys coming in, and they go back inside and shut the doors.
Huh. Okay.
Does look like there's a church back there, though. Sort of out of the way.
Go to the church? Couldn't even keep a cow out of this place.
Continue through town. Pretty much the same thing. Nobody's coming out to greet you. Everybody's shuttering their windows or whatever. The handful of people that you did detect. And you go to the church and knock on the door, I guess.
Yep.
And nobody answers.
Totally gonna give Getwell a look. I don't think I would classify it as a disapproving one yet. He hasn't done anything disapproving that I'm aware of.
Can I listen at the door and see if I hear anybody inside?
You can try.
Nope, I used my bad ear.
Yeah, that was probably the wrong idea. Nah, you didn't hear anybody in there.
Bang on the door again. Hello, the church.
The door cracks open very, very little bit. You see somebody in there. Says, go away, we're not receiving anyone.
You're a church, aren't you?
We're a church that's not receiving guests. No, piss off.
I will.
Why?
Whoa. I will step in.
Man, he talks like Getwell. I'm going to give this dude a disapproving look.
And I will.
So I don't think that counts.
I will attempt to improve this gentleman's demeanor to us through, my connections with the church and kowtow to his stuffs.
Yeah, you don't get the opportunity. The door goes chunk,
and I'm like, oh, I even had the perfect speech ready to go.
You were so on it.
Oh, that seems pretty suspicious.
And you hear the door bar and everything. Chunk.
Well, we should give him a bad review on Hoot.
You want me to break it in?
No,
I look at you like, it's a church.
Doesn't seem like a church to me. They're not very welcoming.
Well, let's go back to tell Sir Bryton that they are not very welcoming. And these people seem actually kind of scared.
Is there a smithy in this town, in this hamlet?
Is that the feeling
possibly.
we're getting, that they're like afraid of us?
Or well, that's what he's saying. I mean, well, that's what I perceived.
Nobody wants to talk to you.
Darting into their houses and shutting their doors.
Is it like, because I mean, there's the people out, and then there's the oh my gosh, did we catch looks of fear as people were
right
that kind of thing.
Is the darting inside and closing the door, is that the traveling salesman darting inside the door?
Or unwanted guests versus, oh my gosh, we don't know who they are.
Or they're used to having
Let's
bandits
see.
raid their village, and so, or they just recently been burglarized.
Let me do a thing real quick.
Real quick.
All right. No, it's kind of hard to tell.
All right.
Getwell is paying particularly close attention to the facial expressions and whatnot. He's like, yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
They're just being weird.
Is there like a inn or common house here?
There is a big house over there that has one of the signs hanging from it. You can presume that's either a tavern or an inn or both or neither.
Well, let's go there.
Sir Kenrick, before we, step further, shall I announce our presence as heroes of, and Adventure Guild folk? I could announce it to the public.
Well,
I recommend we do that over at the big house.
Maybe relieve some of the folks that we are not just traveling salesmen or out for their hard-earned coin or out to terrorize them, or...
Well, the problem there is anybody can claim to be from the Heroes Guild.
Well,
no, I'm kind of personally, the player is sort of leaning toward the paladin has been basically called here for some reason, and I mean he did seem to, we're going that way and stuff like that. So it's one of those that I think we need to return and let him know.
What exactly did he ask us to do again?
Come see if there is somewhere to lodge.
So
see
let's
if there
go
was
to
a
the inn.
village, see if there's some kind of lodging, and if there was a church.
So we found a church. Let's go to the inn and see if they're friendly.
You look over to the inn. You start heading that direction, or the place that you're assuming is an inn, and it is locked up, and no one is responding.
Brother Getwell, I think you should announce Sir Kenrick.
No.
Mike,
Why not?
I look like, have I ever announced Sir Kendrick? I have that look of confusion on my face.
All right, well, I'm going to move on here. So, Leodin, you caught up to everybody. You told them, yeah, there's a village a little farther up. And you start sneaking about trying to get an eye on Sir Bryton. That is correct.
Yep. Leo will, from a distance, he'll just find a tree, park himself in the tree so he can see Sir Bryton from a distance.
It's pretty thick woods. It'll take you a while to get into a reasonably good position, but you can potentially do that. Do a stealth check and observation. Or would that actually just be perception in this case? Either one. Wow. Okay, well, you feel like you were undetected, and you find a decent spot that's a decent distance away, a little keyhole into the campsite area where he went fishing. And in fact, you once you get back there, you see that Sir Bryton is no longer fishing, or rather, he has a man tied up, hanging from a tree branch, head down in the water.
Yeah, this is totally going to be, we're absolutely misinterpreting everything. Or he's
So-
evil.
No, we're not. A paladin wouldn't do that. Paladin does not knowingly do something evil.
Leo will do the Spock eyebrow raise. And let me just check his traits to see if he's going to intervene.
Yeah, weren't you just the one that was griping about paladins can now be anti-alignment?
Yeah.
So
I know.
now
but they
paladins
still have a
can-
code of conduct.
But since they can be anti-alignment, paladins can do willing evil stuff.
But he's supposedly a paladin of the sun god,
Well,
which
define evil
obviously
here.
he's taken off his tabard, which is a sign that he doesn't really worship that sun god. So, have we seen any
Or
other
he wants to
elements,
operate incognito.
or does he have
Like
any
he
other
said.
talismans that we haven't really noticed?
So the guy that's being tortured, is it a face that we've seen
He's
before?
just been waterboarded.
You don't recognize him.
So Leo will just watch with curiosity.
Well, he's clearly asking some angry questions of the hanging fellow.
Can we
He
hear?
must have friends.
Can Leo hear what's being said?
Not from this distance. You got a really good observation roll.
Not even when, you know, I don't know why, but I keep thinking of this guy as Zap Brannigan. I just have that image in my head.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
You haven't seen Futurama?
Well, he is an elf, and they're weird.
So even when he shouts and screams and stuff, Leo can't make out what he's saying.
Well, he's not shouting. He's just
Glub, glub, glub.
very angry. Yeah, like I said, you got a really good observation roll. You were able to get a sight line on him from very far away.
All right. Well, Leo will just observe.
So you're just gonna wait until everybody else gets back, or?
Well, Leo will observe. He might intervene if it looks like he's going to, cause serious injury to this guy.
He's just waterboarding.
Kind of hard to say. I mean, they're humans. In the meantime, you guys didn't spend a whole lot of time at the village, I presume, so it'll take you another 30 minutes to get back. Anything to report in that period?
How do you mean?
Are you guys doing anything in particular on the way back, or
Keeping an
just
eye out so we don't
just
get
go.
ambushed.
other than keeping an eye out, make sure you don't get ambushed? You're not sure if anybody's giving you the evil eye from back behind the windows, but maybe you kind of wouldn't be surprised if they were. All right, so in that time, Laodin, you don't see Sir Bryton do anything but poke at him and hang him in the water and occasionally jiggle the branch, but it doesn't look like he's made a whole lot of progress. But,
He is waterboarding him.
but in this particular case, in another 15 minutes or so, you do pick up the sounds and visions of people coming down the road. It is, in fact, the rest of them. are arriving.
Is the waterboarding still going on?
It is.
Leo will... does he want to let the party walk in on him?
That would be hilarious. You can make up your own dialogue.
See, if he lets the party walk in on him, then Bryton's going to have to explain himself. Or it's probably wiser to let the party know and then walk in on him. So Leo will join up and he'll explain exactly what's going on.
Any reactions before you guys reach
Surprise.
the campsite then, other than surprise?
Pick up the pace to go find out what the hell's going on.
All right, you return to the camp, and you see, as Laodin has said, that he has a man hanging headfirst in the water and is asking angry questions. As you get closer, you notice two things. One, he has a bloody knife in his hand, and the second is Sir Kenrick actually recognizes the man from the fountain.
What madness is this?
The man hanging from the tree at the sound of other people coming in starts squirming and begging for help. Says, "He's mad. He thinks I'm trying to kill him." Blah, 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 blah. And Sir Bryton looks at you guys and says, "Oh, good, you're back. I need some help."
And we need an explanation.
Why, this man is an assassin sent to kill me. The man insists that this is a lie.
Leo will be looking for weapons and stuff that an assassin could use to kill someone. Does the man have it?
Well, you don't
Not
see it,
anymore.
but then again, he's been tied up and hanging from the limb.
If he's still tied up, we can let him loose, and I can search him.
Murdoch, you will make a note that the knife that Sir Bryton is carrying, that is bloody, is not one that he has been carrying.
So who's got the wound? Who's wounded?
It's a good point. You don't see wounds on anybody, actually. But then again, he's a paladin.
Huh. Yeah, does anybody actually have body language or detect language? Detect lies?
Getwell has
Native.
both.
Then Getwell needs to be like body languaging and detecting some lies.
Getwell can make those rolls in the box if he chooses. If he wishes.
Probably on both of them if possible. Or do you just make
I'm
it
going to
one
assume
time?
for both, yeah. All right.
Rolls made.
They were
Your,
good rolls.
your observation is that the guy hanging is very, very scared. And it's hard to tell. I mean, he's hanging upside down, but your impression is something's wrong there. And Sir Bryton is very confident, as always, so that's not really telling you anything. Ultimately, you're trying to decide which one of them's lying. You're like, yeah, I don't know.
Does the guy hanging upside down have a...
I know.
Does he have a knife sheath that is empty?
He does not. Meanwhile, Sir Bryton is going to point at Master Getwell and say, "Hey, go to my bag and bring me those sacrament wafers. Just one."
I have one
And
right here, and
you
I
there.
pop out a couple myself.
You there, Master Dwarf? If you would, please take this rope and haul the assassin back over to the tree here, and somebody tie him up.
I'll likely have some sacrament waivers on my own, so I will offer those.
Okay. You just carry sacrament wafers on you all the time?
Why not? I'm a priest.
So they road rations?
He snacks on them.
Hey, judging much?
Until I know any better, Murdoch will help with keeping the man tied down.
All right, so he directs everybody to get him tied to the tree while he takes the sacrament wafer and holds it up to the sun and prays something over it, and then has the quote-unquote assassin eat it. As he's doing this, Mayq recognizes this is a Truthsayer spell.
Okay, that's a pretty cool component.
So you know that you can't lie and keep it down.
Sir Bryton, have you searched him already?
Well, I found this knife, which he was
I will
trying to
search him
stab me
too.
with.
I would search him as well to make sure he has no more hidden weapons or hidden items or anything else.
Meanwhile, he was protesting up to the point where he had to eat the wafer, and he does so at some insistence.
Getwell watches intently as he takes the sacramental wafer, waiting for some interesting occurrence.
Once he has administered the wafer, he then makes sure he's swallowed it, and then asks, "Now, tell these good people how you tried to assassinate me." And the man tries to say it never happened, except he starts herking.
And this means absolutely nothing to Kenrick. So he's probably going to look at Dustin and Getwell with
Does Gus
okay.
Does Getwell recognize a truth-saying kind of?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said
would Dustin, or because of the differences in style?
I don't know. You could do thaumatology, maybe. Sort of analyze the spell.
Getwell say anything?
Yeah, can't say that. Apparently you're a little tongue-tied, unable to, undecided about speaking the truth. Huh?
Yeah, Dustin's looking at the effects and how he did the casting, and you're kind of like, yeah, I think maybe that's some kind of truth spell or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I'll mention that.
So why did you try to kill him? I'm going to kind of slap him on the face lightly.
All right, at this point, you guys know that he can't lie, or at least that's the idea.
Leo
So
will ask him, "Is this your knife?"
Yes, and that's true.
Why'd you try to kill him?
He is resisting giving an answer.
I'm gonna slap him.
Hey,
Who was doing evil things? All right,
I'm not
just
a
to
paladin.
shore this up, I don't want to.
I was like, did you see Brightwell doing evil things? Is that what you're trying
and
to
now
tell
you
us?
can't get his name right.
I don't have his image up.
All right, so to make it short, so we have the making them talk issue here. I don't recall if anybody has interrogation or anything like that.
I can try to intimidate him to talk.
Well, now interrogation, I think, actually defaults.
It does to intimidation. It's like -5 or something.
Who is attempting to get him to answer questions, or is just everybody going to be chirping in? Are you going? Let me rephrase that. Are you going to defer to someone to ask the questions, or is everybody going to try to do it on their own?
I'm not do that. I'm not getting involved.
Sir Kenrick is just going to stand there and look disapproving.
You
Probably.
tried to kill my client. Why? And I'll pull out my knife.
I'm looking for an answer to a specific question here. Is anybody doing the questioning?
I don't think they need.
Anybody
From
other
what
than
it sounds
Murdoch?
like, that there's not a single questioner, but questions coming out of coming from different directions.
Does anybody want to pitch in here other than Murdoch? Because clearly Murdoch's taking a lead here. So if anybody else wants to pitch in with an assist, that's legit here.
I will pitch in with a.
Who do you work for, sort of thing. Why did you?
Well,
try
I'm not
to
talking
kill
about the
him?
questions
Did-
here.
oh,
I'm talking about the skill here.
What is Bryton doing?
I will
this?
totally come in like the good guy. I'll come in as good cop using diplomacy. Fast talk.
Fast talk may be better. Interrogation
box,
is intimidation -3.
And then I get some pluses because I'm ugly, right?
Not for interrogation, I don't think.
I don't know that it doesn't apply, which would even you out, I believe. So, if you do that, Getwell does the fast talk to do the good cop and get you another +1 there, which he does.
So I am pulling out a knife. So I will kind of, kind of as I'm asking the question, why did you try to kill Sir Bryton? I will kind of drag it along his leg.
So he's
Not
using
cutting-
severe
not-
threats, not actual
cutting.
torture.
Not cutting, just display of bloodthirstiness, you could say. So that would be a +4, right?
Yeah.
Wait, why is it 4?
That's what it says.
So,
+1
go
to
ahead and-
+4
go ahead and
for
make the-
display strength.
Go ahead and make the roll, and we'll see.
Okay, and you'll figure out what it is. All right.
Uh-huh. All right, so you got at least a +1 from Getwell. You've got bonuses for being ugly and being mean. And at the time Murdoch starts laying into him, Sir Bryton just kind of stands back and lets him have at it. Because that is a mean-looking dwarf.
Possibly discusses the village with Kenrick.
Well, he'll pitch in here and there with a question, as the guy starts to loosen up, basically, because he is going to start loosening up, and he won't admit to it directly, but through some vomiting and otherwise, you do get the impression that he is in fact an assassin sent here to kill Sir Bryton. And Sir Bryton, let's see, he was hired by someone at the town.
This town or the previous one? Taxford.
This town, Hamlet.
Who?
His name
He
is.
might not let us know that.
He hasn't admitted to it directly, but you get the information you're getting from him. There's a guy there named Townio the Elder who is acting as priest, and the descriptions as you guys go back and forth matches the guy that you saw in the church, and he is the one who did the hiring. Bryton is starting to get visibly upset at all this and demands to know where the children are being held. And
Children.
Something to the effect of the sun god will show no mercy to one who will condemn children to darkness with lies. And you're almost to the point where you're starting to wonder if you don't need to hold him back.
I will start doing a little bit more with the knife. I will threaten to, if need be, since I heard children are involved, I will basically put the knife right by his groin.
Well, hold on to that. I'm having to speed up here a little bit. We're lagging a little behind. So he does not know where anybody's being held. And as far as you guys can determine through all that's going on here, that is true. He doesn't know. He may actually be a third party that was hired and brought in.
I will, knowing that he was a hired assassin, I'm going to be a little bit more thorough in my search than even my role. I'm basically going to strip search him.
Whoa!
He had a number of blades on him. Pretty much what you would expect from an assassin. Does anybody else have? Is anybody else helping him strip search him?
No.
Nope, staying far out of that.
Or observing.
I mean, I'll probably keep his loincloth on if he has one, but I'm basically all his clothes are coming off except for his undies. But I'm making sure I'm finding all of his weapons.
Leo will help.
The only other thing that you notice, other than blades and other typical assassin accoutrement, is a lock of what appears to be sheep's wool that is tied, that is sewn inside his clothing.
Does anybody know what this is?
Makey knows what that is, and that is most likely the component for some kind of hide alignment spell.
Oh.
And in
there
fact,
a means to neutralize that, or outside of just the removal?
Well, he is no longer wearing his clothing, and as I was going to say, there is a sort of meanness to his demeanor that appears after he had been stripped, which you realize after the fact wasn't just because he was being tortured and stripped.
He was a bad guy. I knew it.
Yeah, right.
I'll confiscate all the knives and keep them for evidence.
All right. So, long story short, you guys have thoroughly pummeled this guy for information. He's given you pretty much everything you can think of to ask. And you got what you got.
So, Sir Bryton, what do you want us to do with him?
Bryton, who is at this point barely containing his anger at the situation, basically declares that this is the place, and he says, "Arm and sword yourselves, and gather your things quickly. Master Dwarf, carry my bag, if you please. We must reach the village at the height of the sun."
Do any of you guys have a sleep spell?
Negative.
The one I've got will put him to sleep, but it'll also heal him.
I
Well,
will say,
don't want that.
just to be, because
Actually,
I'm a
no,
grumpy
wait.
old, because I'm a grumpy old dwarf, I'm going to take off his loincloth. I'll stuff it in his mouth, tie it around, and make sure he's securely tied to the tree, naked, not moving,
And maybe knock him out.
and
No.
knock him out.
No. I do have the sleep spell. I hit him over the head with my staff.
Either way, I still tie him up with
That's
this
the
loincloth in
barbarian
his
sleep
mouth.
spell.
Because I'd like to
This
be
guy
able
is
to
kind of-
turn him over to proper authorities so they can go through the thing and execute him as appropriate.
To the question of what to do with him posed to Sir Bright, and he says, leave him there. He's not going anywhere. We won't
Unless
be long.
he has his sleep skill.
Kenrick is an actual noble, right? You have status.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So is Sir Bryton, so he's a Knigget.
So doesn't that infer you some legal authority to, murder people?
Or pass judgment.
Not in this case, I don't think. This isn't my land.
I think you'd consider this to be out of his jurisdiction. Whoever owns this land would be
Well,
in authority here.
If
hearing
anything,
Sir Bryton call us to
Bryton,
arms.
Yeah,
Hearing
if
Sir
anything,
Bryton
Bryton
calls
would
to
be the
arms.
appropriate one to pass judgment in that case, because I don't know if paladins have that authority. Yeah, I already said I'm donning my corselet.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. Murdoch's probably pretty much already ready to bear anyway. So
I
I'm
was
just-
already wearing my mail, but
Mhm.
add in the extra layer.
All right. Well, Sir
The horse
Brighton
is going to
puts
start
his
dancing about.
Sir Brighton puts his tabard on and all his stuff, and he starts. He doesn't even wait for you guys to finish kitting up. He just starts walking.
We'll catch up.
And you catch up.
I will probably be behind everyone because it takes me a little bit longer, but I have a frickin' horse, so it won't
True.
take me long to catch up. And as soon as we are caught up, I'm gonna flat out say to Sir Bryton, I apologize for misjudging you.
Cleanse now. Apologize after.
Heft my lance.
As you reach the village, you see, as you left it, the streets are pretty much empty. Brighton stops at the edge and pulls a small vial off his neck, raises his eyes to the heavens and say, "May your light cleanse the darkness," and drinks it. His eyes then glow white.
Ooh, cool.
And he starts
I want
heading
that.
straight for that. He starts heading straight for that chapel. So the church is over there. He heads straight
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
And cries out, "With me!"
Being impulsive and kind of seeing him drink a potion, Murdoch decides to go ahead and drink the Goblin Nerve Tonic.
I thought you gave the Goblin Nerve Tonic to the
That's true.
the place.
You reach
Yeah,
for
you
the
donated
Goblin
it.
Nerve Tonic, and it's not there anymore.
Good. I mentioned I was going to give it, but nobody said they actually took it.
It's because you said nobody said they were going to take my donation either. It's a donation. You go, here, I'm going to put this in this place.
I don't remember
Sounds
how long
good.
it lasts anyway. So as you guys are trying to keep up with Bryton because he takes off and he doesn't wait for anybody, you hear a warning bell from the watchtower in town starts to ring. And as you guys are basically charging down the street, every now and again, some dagger-wielding guy in a friggin' hooded robe just charges out screaming bloody murder, and Sir Bryton just bats him aside like they were children. Barely stops to do it.
That's if, Murdoch doesn't hit him. Lady doesn't shoot him.
You
Or Lady
arrive.
Wagon does something.
You
Spits
arrive
on him.
at the church, and in
Acid.
similar fashion, Sir Bryton, who is still not stopping at all, just goes straight up the front door and plants his foot on it and kicks the whole damn thing in.
What did he drink?
If it was
I know,
barred,
right? I want one of those.
And he goes straight in.
I'll follow right after.
In we go.
I am probably outside, but I am covering the rear because I'm on the horse.
All right. Inside, there is a quote-unquote priest in there who
That's
emerges
pretty
from
cool.
behind the altar and, drawing a dagger and clearly bristling at the intrusion, exclaims, "We shall destroy you, paladin, in the name of evil. Great fame and wealth unimaginable shall be ours when our lord and master is ripped."
That's the
And
second time I've heard that.
And he gets run through by Sir Bryton with his longsword.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, that makes it easy.
Just
Are
as
we
he,
liking his style more now?
as he kicks the body off his sword, Sir Bryton says, "Master Dwarf, my bag, if you please."
I toss it to him.
And he starts pulling stuff out of it that you guys purchased and informs you guys, "I must reconsecrate this altar. The ritual
What about
must
the
not be
relic?
the ritual must not be interrupted. Hold off the cultists while I work."
Oh, well, hold on. Before you here,
Brother make you, I need that finger bone.
Make use like, crap, which one was it again?
That's exactly what Mickey's probably going to be like.
And he
It's one of
immediately
these, and he throws all three of them at him.
he immediately pulls out the bag of salt and starts drawing a circle around the altar. At the
He's
same-
watched Supernatural.
At the same time, you hear war cries from the general direction of town.
Let's
While,
bar that door.
while all this is going on, Leo's going to try and get outside and head up and stand at the top of that church behind the little whatever that thing is.
It is unfortunate, but
Actually,
I don't have a map for outside.
is that a window that Leo can stand at? It looks like it since it's open.
I am not sure. Well, I'm going to give you this map. And we're going to make do.
Oh, it's snowing.
Is it?
Wait, why are we inside? Are we going to be inside?
Because the map doesn't have enough edge to it to let you be outside. I apologize.
Where's the front door?
South. That way. I'm going to give everybody a Benny because I kind of screwed you over with the map. How about that?
Hey,
You got cutscened inside.
can we block the door with the pews?
I tell you what, you guys can be in the process of doing that.
Man.
And I just realized I need to do the range thing.
So I think Kenrick is not going to be inside, even though
Right.
he is probably going to be like running, circling around this area and hitting them from the sides with the lance.
We may abstract that a little. Okay, let me get. So, are you still mounted?
I am.
Is Leo
Magnus
able?
is hungry.
Is Leo able to murder them all before they even get to the church?
That would actually be pretty funny, wouldn't it? And we're like, we're just sending Crow up.
I even have a crossbow, so I could get a couple as they're coming up.
All right, let me.
I'm
Is that the
suspecting there are
thing?
more
No.
than actual 5 cultists total.
They changed the. They changed the icons a little on me. Okay. So to describe what is happening, so those of you that went inside were basically with Sir Bryton at the time, and he is now at the altar doing his thing. The rest of you start to fall back to the door, and are in the process when the cultists start to appear. They are coming out of behind buildings and out of hiding and stuff like that, just sort of scattered around a little bit farther down, probably off the map a little.
How are they armed?
They are wearing robes and they are armed with daggers, as far as you can tell, with one exception, and that is a guy who appears to not be running at you with a dagger. He is holding aloft a skull with a red candle that is lit, and it has red wax dripping out of the eyes and the mouth and stuff.
He's got a skull?
Yes.
Is he the baddie?
As you look at the skull, you are gripped with terror.
I don't want to be gripped with terror.
So, everybody that is looking will make a fright check.
Oh, man.
This is actually that spell.
Sucks.
Now, for the record, I am using the quickie version of the fright check in this case, so if you fail, you're just stunned for a number of rounds. In the meantime, those of you inside will have been falling back toward the door, so you're at least closer. You can be on the rug or whatever the hell that is. And as far as Leodin on the window, I don't know if there is a
Universe?
Universe. Wow.
Guess not.
No. That is a very empty window with a very thin sill. However, there are no doors. So it's nice and wide open up front. All right, so Sir Kenrick has made the fright check. Anybody else? Wow, he actually made it.
I know, right?
Leo's good.
Where do I find? I have to create a fright check. But
If you want a separate thing, otherwise it's will.
It's gonna be will +2 because you're got
Fearlessness
combat
2.
reflex.
Does he have combat reflexes?
Oh. How does he not?
I have
think all of it.
I have
the
combat
fighter-
reflexes and I have fearlessness.
Right, so it'll be +2 for combat reflexes and plus whatever the fearlessness level is.
2. Okay, so +4.
Yeah.
cannot exceed 13.
If you roll 13, if you roll 14, you still fail. All right. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
And
This
you
didn't
need
make
mine.
you. Did you?
I'm surprised I don't have. I don't have a fright check set up.
This may go really quickly. Meanwhile, Dustin can make a thaumatology.
Yep. Well, yep. This you said is a minus.
Wow.
Hmm.
Crap. You know, it was. Never mind. I didn't say anything.
I did make it.
Yeah. I don't know if the horse would actually be subject to that.
The horse
Now that
has
you
an
mention that.
intelligence of 6, so he is not animal
I don't
intelligence.
know. Does it actually apply to animals?
I don't know. Well, he made it anyway.
True. All right.
I'm
So
kind of sad that his fright check is better than mine.
before we get to the bloodiness, is everybody in the position they intend to begin in?
Is the doors open?
No.
Yeah,
The doors are
probably
open.
not.
And the pews are actually there, just so we don't run into a Banestorm issue. They are actually physically present.
And can Leo start killing
Do we
people
have
before
enough
they get to the
time
church?
to barricade the
Yes.
front door?
No, you do not. You'd have to replace the front doors in order to barricade them.
Do we have enough time to switch weapons prior to combat?
You do that.
Okay. I'll have my crossbow ready and ready to fire.
Okay. Let's see. Do we need to do anything else? So Leodin, for Leodin's purposes, there are others potentially out in the town itself.
It might also be Generica's purposes as well, because the maneuvering around
Yeah.
is probably gonna hit somebody and keep on going through.
I think what I'm probably going to do here is use the range bands and say they are at medium. And
just checking
they
my
are
rolls.
going to be running in, so you'll get at least 1 or 2 shots off before they reach the doors.
All right, so roughly what sort of numbers are we looking at overall?
Just what you see here for the time being.
All right, so I'll explain Leo's plan, and he's going to run this by Kenrick since Kenrick's the leader. Leo wants
Kenrick
to.
isn't inside; he's
Yeah,
going to be outside.
He's not in a position to confer.
All right, well, Leo intends to be outside, and he's going to do fire and movement. So he'll situate himself on top of the church because it looks like there's just a
I see.
A mound. So he'll stay up on top of the church until they get close or until they threaten him, and then he's going to run, move, shoot, that sort of thing. So he'll stay mobile since they don't seem to have any ranged weapons.
All right.
So Leo will start at the top of the church on the roof.
Oh, okay.
Outside.
So you're going to start there. Tell you what, give me a running check. You have running?
No, so just Dex.
Yeah, just Dex. So if you succeed, you will have gotten there in time to start. If you fail by 1, you're on the way. So I'm going to say you're probably at the corner going up. Whichever direction you went. Let me make sure we're speaking the same language here.
Yep. All right, that's fine.
So you would be there-ish in the process of running up the side. About a move or two to get in position, or you can
Okay.
stop where you are. All right, fair enough. Kendrick's case, you are probably 2 moves away from an individual, or rather 1 full run away. You have to accelerate to get to full speed, so
Yeah, that's fine. Two things.
2 regular moves away. And I think that's all we need to do. So everybody else is in position. All right, we are going.
Move 1. I shouldn't have even.
All right. Okay. Gotcha. Now, remember that any round you are looking at the skull, you have to make the fright check.
I am not looking at the skull. I was going for the first target.
Right. Which one is that? That guy.
Cultist.
So, are you? Well, hold on. Get you. Turn the right direction. Let's see. So that is, yeah. If you use the cone and point it at your target, if the skull is within that cone, then you can see it. Do I need to re-explain that?
No. It's just gobbledygook.
If it was gobbledygook, then I need to re-explain it. Like that. So, if he is within... Damn it. All right. So the same thing applies to Laodin. If he's running up the side, he doesn't have to worry about it.
But if he can see the skull, he has to roll.
So if you target him, or you target somebody close to him in the general direction, then you can see the skull.
Okay. Alright, so it's Leo's turn. I can't remember. Does Heroic Archer give you anything special about shooting on the move?
I don't recall, but I would suspect it's probably the same as Gunslinger, where you don't get your act, but you don't get the bulk. Which would be kind of ridiculous in a bow's case, because it has a really high bulk.
Well, I don't think Heroic Archer gives you the accuracy. That's the thing.
Does it not?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Well, what are you intending to do then?
Alright, so what sort of range band are we looking at the moment?
Like I said, we'll call it medium. On the short end of medium, so -7.
Alright, so Leo's just going to move up the roof.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a step forward, and then I'm gonna hold action. And if Townio the Elder moves forward, I will fire when he gets a little closer.
So you're looking at him.
I am, and I already did my fright check, didn't I?
Yeah, you got to make another one now. As long as you're looking at him, as long as you're looking at that skull, you have to make him every round.
Wizards need to do something about that.
Oh yeah, I'm reading through a book.
I've got.
I don't like being on the other end of this terror effect.
I know, right? Okay. Heroic Archer. When you move and attack, you don't get your Bozak bonus, but may ignore its bulk penalty. Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's basically gunslinger.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm moving forward one step. I'm aiming at him, and if he moves forward, I'll fire the bolt. So I'm holding action.
Fright check is good. Gotcha.
Having, thrusting forward his the symbol of the sister, or symbol of the Pantheon, in a booming, voice, Getwell will tell Townio to drop it.
Using command.
Command.
You have
Nice.
you had thaumatology too, don't you? No, you don't.
No, I do not.
Actually, do you have an equivalent?
Theology? I don't know.
Religious. No, I don't see anything. Okay. No, we'll let that go. All right. So, did you make your fright check?
My earlier one.
You got to make another one.
That spell sucks.
You can thank Brian for this.
You suck, Brian.
I know. I'm sorry.
I made it.
Then you make the command. We won a 3, Mark.
I just did it again. All right. Two things. I'm not making anybody re-roll, but I believe that was supposed to be a fright check -3.
Then I will burn 2 bennies.
Don't worry about it now. I'm not making anybody re-roll. But actually, let me make double sure. But okay, so explain to me how the command works.
Resisted
Give a
by
subject
will.
one. Resist by will. Give the subject one immediate command, a word or gesture, or at most 2 words, which the subject must obey. If the subject is unable to fulfill the command immediately or in his next turn, the spell has no effect.
All right.
Example, drop it.
Now,
Subject
drop it. So he has 2 things. He has a thing in each hand.
The subject
The
drops
subject drops
whatever
he is holding.
It actually states that as an example.
Does it? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
There it is.
Well, he just needs to make a will check by greater than 3.
That's true.
18, Daniel.
What the hell?
I totally won't change my angle of attack and come over and skewer Townio the Elder.
Actually, I'm going to burn my 2 bennies in that casting.
So it's success by 5?
Yep, success by 5.
Okay. I put the wrong damn page number on that, and I don't know where the hell that is. Is that here? Okay. Oh, right. God, I hate that. The page numbers are off on the magic book. Okay, I wanted to check. Yes, fright check -3. Okay, I was right. All right, so we'll see if that matters in a second. He's got to make a
by 5 now.
Will check, and he has to make it by 5. Though you did the Benny for the spell, and then the Benny for one of your others.
What?
Gotcha. Never mind. Okay. Well, he drops everything that he's holding.
And I bet his eyes get really wide when he did that, or right after he did that.
It's probably more like his eyes get all squinty, like he's about to facepalm himself if he wasn't just holding his hands out in front of him open with nothing in them.
All right, Dustin. It's time for you to dust him.
I missed it. Did he succeed?
No,
Yes.
he failed. He said he dropped.
He dropped the item.
Sweet.
Can you go to Dustin, please?
No. I'm just going to watch it. Just going to sit there. I can hover over the button. Oh, nope. I missed the button.
Wow. Just because
Right.
I say it as your brother doesn't mean you have to make everybody else suffer.
Doesn't it?
A little bit. Going to improv an ice dagger.
That is a bit of a long throw, by the way.
That's fine. I can hold on to it,
Well,
but I'll
okay.
at least start getting it revved. That should
enough.
be, if I remember correctly, it's a -4 for improv. And it begins to rev.
All right. The bad guys. So all the cultists are going to run forward at a full move, and they will be in close by that point. Or not close, short.
Are you actually going to move them?
No, I'm not.
So what? Because I'm actually using the 7-yard range.
They're in short. So it's changed.
What's the negatives?
So it was -7. Now it's going to be -3.
All right, I'm going to fire my bolt at Tonio then. At negative.
It's not your
3.
turn.
No, I said I held my
Yeah,
action
he did.
until
No, you said you were
Tonio
aiming.
moved. I
Were
said
you
I
not
would move
aiming?
a step forward. I'm aiming at him, and I'd fire my bolt the
Aiming
moment
is
he
an
moves forward.
Yeah, you
Aiming is an actual thing, dude.
As in,
Takes around.
I'm aiming at him to
Right.
fire at him the
Well,
moment he moves.
For the
So
record,
once he
don't ever
moves,
say that unless you actually mean to aim.
Okay, but I'm firing my bolt.
I'll give it to you. Of course, that means you're not aiming.
Well, Act might be super great on that anyway.
Well, it's crossbow.
Still.
So, -3 for range. That's probably it. Unless you do all out, you can get the +1 for that. Well, that'll do it. I guess there's no reason he can't dodge. Unless he just sucks. Which isn't out of the question. Nope, he sucks. Give it to me. Wow.
It's torso.
Center-
You should probably,
center mass then.
Yeah, you should probably roll the chest thing to see if there's a vital strike.
You can just roll 1d. If you don't want to go fetch the table. Nope. Alright, so it hits, and you will note that there was a bit of an effect that you saw, and it still hit anyway.
Oh, he drop the thing that was probably going to protect him?
Just for the record, if Dustin had not made a critical fail on his thaumatology check, he would have recognized the component for missile shield.
Which the dude dropped.
which the dude dropped.
Nice.
Convenient.
So that means 7 times, or well, okay, so
It is
DR
impaling,
is that,
right?
that's that, and that. So that, and that one's the injury. All right, and he's going to need to do that. It's okay. You loose that crossbow at him, and it hits him straight in the chest. And he was squinting in sort of embarrassment. It's not the right word. Now he's squinting in, ow, and sort of buckling.
Okay.
So you interrupted my action. He was actually going to kneel down to reacquire his items, and he's going to do that. He's just going to sort of drop a little harder than he intended. All right, so all the bad guys moved. Sir Kenrick is well within range to run somebody through at this point, and there's no longer a
he will
skull
do
thing.
So. Yes, the hammer will strike at Cultist 5 at reach 2. Looks like reach 2.
It doesn't have reach 2, does it?
The lance does.
Oh, I thought you said the hammer.
No,
or are you being figurative?
Sir Kenrick, the hammer.
So it's only a reach 2 lance then?
That's
I think
what
you can
have
get him up to
on
3.
there. I'm gonna have to get a bigger one then.
I never actually looked at it. All right. He is going to get a dodge.
He needs to fail because this could hurt.
Damn it. Where's the thing?
This could
No,
hurt a
no,
lot.
Dodge, dodge, dodge. Jesus. Okay. Well, GM has cursed dice today. Yeah, he's going to take that.
That's totally fine. This is gonna really suck for him.
This is going to hurt.
1, 1, 1. Yes!
Oh, damn. All right. Give it up.
Oh!
Ooh, buddy.
Ow.
His
I
heart
think I
comes
might-
out his back.
I might have a guy on my lance.
Okay. Well, let me work through that.
That's
So
cool.
if you haven't figured it out, they have a armor spell running, and it's DR2, which DR3 total with their cloth armor. So that's 10 points to the vitals,
30.
which is 30, which is at least 1 death check, if not 2. Yeah, that's going to be 1. Yes.
All right, so
Who was
Leo,
it? 5, you said?
Yeah, 5.
So 1. Fail. Yeah, you spit that guy and he's not coming off.
Yeah, he's totally gonna do the ride by thing where he like rides by and lets the lance slide down so he takes the guy off of it because the guy's skewered.
Oh, actually, yeah. How many? Well, no, this isn't one of those. This is an attorney lance, so it's not
Nope.
going to break.
Nope. This is a war lance.
All right. Well, so Laodin is running up to the top of the church.
and he's going to shoot since he doesn't have block penalties.
All right.
What sort of range
So
are we
you're at
looking at now?
-3. You're still -3 for that then.
So -3 range penalty.
With the exception of Townio the Elder, who is still at 7. Because he was not running forward.
Okay, so Leo will go for Townie.
Which I realize means that Murdoch actually I think still hit. Yep, that's my fault. Go ahead. Good
Oof.
God, man.
Nice roll.
This is
All
son
right.
of mass, by the way.
Who was that you were targeting?
Townie.
Okay. And that is at the okay. Well, so
Unfortunately for him.
he is well into the half move, half dodge at this point, which I don't see the thing for that.
Was
Should
he
be a
stunned?
button.
Oh, I almost want to kill him dead.
Ah, there it is. It's on the other thing. Okay. Well, he's gonna try, but it's probably not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
No, it's not a one.
Oh!
God, man.
That's what? 15 points? No, wait. -3 is 7 times 1.5? Or is
Doubled.
it failing 2?
Doubled.
14. Man, you guys jacked him up.
See,
That's what he
that's
gets
14.
for
That's
siding with evil.
yeah. So that is 1 death check.
Thanks, get well.
Good job.
That drop it did the work.
And that's a fail on the death check.
Booyah!
Fail by more than 2.
Actually, it is fail by 2.
So that makes him
So-
mortally wounded.
It could be mortally wounded, yeah.
But
He
he's
might
still
curse-
unconscious.
He might curse your name.
I am going to drop my crossbow and fast draw my axe mace.
Oh, now it's an axe mace?
It always was. Oh, well, the fast draw is.
And then I am going to take a cultist 3 is probably the closest now.
They're all basically equidistant in this place. 3 is probably the closest to you. But he's still at some distance, so
So I can't really charge up to him and
no,
attack?
not in one round
Okay.
anyway.
then I will also get my shield ready as well and hold action until he gets closer.
Gotcha.
Are you bellowing at them to come at you, bro?
Come on! I'm ready for you. See what happened to Tonio?
Let's see.
So,
Did you do something?
question.
No, I took a step.
So
I
holding
can't.
action.
Well, I can't step and wait. Well, there's nothing to wait on. I don't think they're going to get close enough.
Maybe not. Paul, question?
So question. So they're charging at us. If I hold an action and then he makes his charge, will that get him close enough that I can then charge at him and attack?
You can't wait to a charge.
I think you can wait to move an attack. I believe you can.
Oh, cool.
So that's basically what I'm doing. I want him to get close enough so that I can actually go out and attack him.
I think they're far enough that you can't do that this round, but maybe next.
Okay.
All right, so Dustin is powering the dagger and continues. So, bad guys. are looking somewhat less enthusiastic about their current attack.
Because I got a showboating horse that looks, terrifying.
But they are still running ahead. So I would say at this point they probably are where they are. And they can do nothing else.
Oh.
Moving on.
Because I am galloping, I am going to be progressing past where I'm at and starting to wheel around.
Gotcha. I give it a couple of rounds before you can target somebody else.
Although, if there are additional, having seen that the spellcaster went down, he may just say, there's just 4 of these dudes. The PCs can handle them. I'm gonna continue on and strike another one
Clean
of
up.
the. Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so the close ones are at -3 range.
Yeah.
Did you hear the sudden zzz as Ledin starts spinning up like a minigun?
Now, if I recall correctly, you got to make the fast draw roll first, and then you have the 2 bow rolls at -6.
If you're going to do the rapid strike, Leo's not doing a rapid strike, he's just doing 1 attack.
If you're drawing and attacking in the same round, then you have to do the rapid strike thing.
The only thing is, it says in the next, under Heroic Archer, it says, by making a fast draw roll before your bow rolls, you can ready an arrow instantly, avoiding the ready maneuver.
For the arrow.
But that's normal with a bow. If you fast draw...
It's 3 rounds. Normally it's 3 rounds. So the fast draw lets you shave off that round, and then you've got another ready action, and then fire. If you're skipping that second ready action, then you have to do the rapid strike thingy. You have to make all the rolls if you're going to attack every turn.
Okay. It just seems odd to mention that specifically in Heroic Arch, since that's what fast draw does anyway. And then it goes on to say, this lets you shoot every turn.
Right, if combined with the rest of it. Now, see, the rapid strike thing still takes effect. If you don't fast draw the arrow, it still takes 2 rounds instead of 3.
Okay. So, Leo's going to make the bow -3 roll.
That's a shame.
And he will shoot. With the accuracy, that's going to be no range penalty, so it's going to be just the -3.
Gotcha.
And he might as well go for the vitals.
Well,
wow. You're actually a much better combatant than I am.
only just. But it only has to just. All right.
15.
I am going to give
nice.
that guy a chance to see if he actually spots you in the first place. Who was that? That was
number 1.
Okay, you're going the other direction. Well, he's gonna have seen you go up there, though. Yeah, he'll see. I'll give him a dodge. They have not exactly been spectacular at that. Good luck! And that's a no. And that's a Vitals hit. That's going to really hurt. So that is that. And he's going to need to make that. Which you will succeed, actually. All right, well, you thunked him real good in the sternum.
Was it a major wound?
It was a major wound.
Health -5.
Actually, yeah, that was -5, isn't it? Nope, he didn't make it. I take that back. Yeah. That's a look of nope on his face. All right.
I'm gonna.
You are where you are, so.
I'm gonna evaluate.
Are you actually evaluating, or are you waiting?
Well, so if he runs up, actually no, he's only now 7 yards away, so I will wait for Cultist 3 to move closer to me or closer, and if once he gets within range for me to move and attack him, I'll do that.
So that's a wait.
It's a wait.
Gotcha.
Well, I totally misread the combat situation in the last round.
Well, I didn't know what you were up to, but...
Well, I was expecting them to be moving, and I kind of positioned myself so where I was expecting them to actually move. So now I am going to wait.
Gotcha.
Or not. I'm going to do nothing.
Well, I would say that the resolve in their faces has faded somewhat.
Are you doing anything?
Standing there looking mean. Come to meet my Reaper and all that. And Dustin's player can't be bothered to speak, so he is charging up his dagger. Bad guys. That guy. All right. The rest of you knuckleheads can do that. And they are going to break. So they will basically come to a stop, turn around, and run in separate directions. So they will be moved.
Yeah, well, like I said, they're behind me now, and I'm thundering towards some more cultist types.
So the question at this point, they all turn their backs and run, whether or not you continue to attack.
Kendrick will not be attacking them from behind, but as long as any of them are because he's targeting those that are still in front of him.
Right.
I suspect he's probably going to ride one down, and then the rest of them will see these guys fleeing, and they'll break.
So it looks like Kenrick is still continuing the attack?
Well,
he's not on the map right now.
I would
he's
say
not
it
even
looks
aware
like
that these guys are broken.
I would say it looks like he's still chasing them down.
Murdoch will hold back and keep Sir Bryton safe.
Okay.
All right. If it looks like he's still chasing him down, then Leo's going to shoot. All-out attack on these guys.
Alright. Well, at this point, they won't get any defense. In fact, if you just want to roll the... Okay. Damn.
You're pulling a crow up there.
Alright.
So...
And the range
still range
is
3?
Still gonna be... Yeah, the range is still going to be 3.
Alright, so then Leo's going to go for the vitals.
Who are you after? 2? 2. You guys are so mean.
What?
Okay.
I'm not even aware of what's going on behind me.
Leo drew a Bodkin point for that one.
Oh. Okay. I wondered if that actually still counts with magical armor, but I presume it does. So that's going to be...
Well, if nothing else, it would be 2 instead of 3 because it just ignore the cloth.
You said that was vitals too, didn't you?
Yep. So, by 3.
Down he goes. Yeah.
Holding
you
action.
You wedged that one right between his shoulder blade and the third and fourth rib.
And poor Dustin is like, damn it! I'm going to stab
this
somebody
always
with this
happens.
dagger.
That always happens, man. Dustin has got the
It
worst
does.
luck for that shit.
Yeah,
His
he'll hold on to it, and just in case, he'll just take weights, and if any cultists come through the front door, they'll take the ice dagger, just in case.
But then Dustin has a sudden flash in his mind, and he remembers a past life when he was stabbed by a fellow teammate. He doesn't know where it came from, but then he feels like stabbing Murdoch.
So I don't know if you need me to continue making any rolls or anything.
Okay.
I'm just not, I'm not in this particular combat anymore, honestly.
So
I mean,
if
I counter another one of the cultists that's charging up there, he's going to get lanced.
at this point, anyone who was charging the church is running away. Anybody who wasn't there is taking cover or running away. The fight has gone out of them.
Well, my code of chivalry will not allow me to attack them from behind, so he'll be like wheeling around and
Just make sure they don't come back.
making sure they're not trying to flank.
All right.
All right. So for Laodin's purposes, he could probably see that as well, that Kenrick has kind of gone off the charge there.
Alright, so Leo succeeded his bloodlust roll before, so since Kenrick's not pressing the attack, Leo will relax and just be ready.
All right. With that, the combat proper is over.
Then Leo will go collect his arrows.
So a few moments later, let me find my place here real quick. A few moments later, you look back and see that Sir Bryton is casting, and you see that he's got the relic set up on the altar, and all the all the ingredients are there, and he calls down, or he casts a sunbolt at the ceiling of the church and opens a hole that allows the sunlight to come through, which it is right now at noonday. And as that shaft of light comes down, you get the whole glowy effect on the altar and everything. It's all very spectacular in that way. And clearly whatever was happening is happening. And a little bit later, everything subsides. Sir Bryton gets back up and says it's done. Anybody injured?
Just the enemy.
The cultists.
And then probably about then is when I come riding back up. Like, anyone injured?
The cultists.
Townio out there was sort of collapsed, still reaching for the skull, and has kind of run out of gas.
Oh man, I want Magnus to stomp on this skull.
Oh, perfect. Dustin will walk up, and is Tanio still like looking at the skull at least?
He's kind of got that.
Then you can use your dagger thing.
Exactly.
He's looking at it like he's trying to will his arms to move and his fingers to wrap around it, but they're not.
Cool.
Working.
I'll throw a nice big skull and blow it up in front of his eyes.
Oh, I thought you were gonna kill him.
Say nope.
No, I'm just gonna blow it up in front of his eyes. Take that last shred of hope away from him.
There you go. He looks up at you with angry eyes before the X's come over the eyes. You are the last thing he sees, and he hates you.
That's fine.
Did you stick your tongue out at him too?
No,
Probably not.
I'll just leave it here.
So quickly, there was a barn or something out behind the chapel, and it looks like half the town is tied up, hanging from the rafters in there. They are not dead, however. They look like they are all under some kind of sleep spell. And so you guys all cut everybody down and start gathering them up. They're still asleep, but Sir Bryton looks at it and says, yeah, they'll snap out of it. Some of them look like they've probably been used for blood. So they've been cut here and there, bled a little bit, but they're all alive and otherwise not really all that hurt. So Sir Bryton helps cut them down, and that's that. Is anybody doing anything else in specific here? The cultists have all basically dropped whatever they had, and they ran. They are not anywhere near the town at this point.
If the cultists have any money, Murdoch will take it.
Way to play that greed.
They probably should have a little bit. They didn't have anything on them. Yeah, they won't have had anything on. In fact, they're not even wearing underclothes. It's all just the robe.
What about that talisman? That talisman seems like it might work.
The talisman itself is just a silver pendant of some kind, which you could theoretically sell for some money, or melt it down for just the silver.
So I'll collect the silver pendants.
Yeah, might as well. It was just the one, though. Only Townio had that.
I thought you said the cultists had it too.
No, they had an armor spell on, but they didn't cast it.
Okay, well, I'll at least take the silver pendant. Anything else that I do see of value, I would kind of hoard it.
In fact, you'll notice that each of the cultists had a cross traced on their forehead in blood, and Dustin will recognize that as the component for the armor spell. So somebody had cast that on them, and it was only going to last as long as the blood was fresh. And you're putting all that together, the spells that they used, and you recognize the Dark Path magical style.
Well, that sounds absolutely friendly.
Yeah, it's one that gets talked about in school as a thing never to do. Also, Tanio on his person has what appears to be about a 20-point power stone. However, A, it's evil, and B, it's made of some kind of organic material that when you touch it, you're like, I don't want to know what that actually is.
Hey, Sir Bryton, can you blow this up, please?
And his eyes are still glowing when he says he looks at that and says, ah, yeah, give me that. And he'll sunbolt the crap out of that thing.
Much appreciated.
Murdoch will kind of grumble a little bit. We could have sold that.
Well, if anything, I would have kept that, but that's much too evil for my tastes. So, no regrets.
Grumble, grumble.
Sir Magnus is
Anything
totally
else?
prancing. Stop it.
Anybody doing anything else in particular?
Helping
I'm
out as
ensuring I
much as
get-
we can.
Helping, but more importantly, ensuring I get the knuckle bone back so I can get it back to its
Gotcha.
rifle, folks.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else? Kenrick, Murdoch, Leodin.
No, I,
Nothing.
think,
Okay.
I think I've been greedy enough, right?
All right. All right. So, you guys gather the townsfolk, basically over by the barn. They're just going to have to sleep off the spell, and after all this is done, Sir Bryton kind of sits down. The glow finally wears off his eyes, and he starts to talk to you. So he does ask for the money, and he will say that money is for the town to help them recover. He will say he has been under surveillance for some time now, which isn't exactly unusual, but lately these new guys have an ill-favored look to them, and that has caused him to suspect there's a new player on the field, but he doesn't know who it is. Obviously, if you hadn't figured it out yet, all his shenaniganry has been designed to confuse the people that are following him. He will also say that this was no necromancer cult. This is a cult of evil. And when he says evil, you hear the TM after that. And he says something is spreading. He's heard rumors of a shadow growing in the east, even before Nefaria invaded Portland. But this is definitely getting worse. And says, now I must go east, cross the mountains into the Hardlands, and seek out the source.
Take me with you? I mean, no. Do you need us to go with you?
Yeah, that's why
Otherwise,
just like send the word and I shall come.
Otherwise, your work here is complete. I release you now with my blessing. Farewell, and may we meet again in better times. Oh,
I do get the
Could
knuckle
you
bones
please,
back, right?
Sir Bryton, could you please fill out this post-contract survey?
I meant to pen you
Yeah.
a short. Here, let me write a short letter to the Heroes Guild, saying.
Damn, even his handwriting's pretty.
And he actually writes it in as Company of the Bere.
And do we actually correct that? Probably not.
Would you dare? Is it like it's like the most interesting man in the
Wait,
world?
no.
I like
If
it
he-
here.
If he
If Kenrick's-
mispronounces your name, you're compelled to pronounce it that way forever.
No, with Kenrick's disads, he is kind of pedantic and would probably point out it's like, actually, it's Bere. The guild
right.
misspelled it. Get well is like,
And thus, the company of the Bere returned home to the capital victorious, just in time for Mid-Spring Festival.
must have going. Well, we have to drop that relic off back.
So,
Brought back.
that is the end of the session. So you guys are returning the relic to the church, which they will be highly upset about, but since you gave it back.
And while I'm there, I would like to pass on to them the threat about the cultists, see if they can't do anything about it.
Let's see. So the title of this session is the Paladin Escort Job. Who gets bennies for this session? Going back to the old vote. Let's see. Everybody got a spare because of my mess up. Make you spent a couple.
Is there anyone that doesn't have any bennies?
I'm actually going to recommend Make You because that command spell thoroughly changed this battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
If he hadn't hit us with that, if he hadn't hit him with that command spell, how many of us would have ended up failing that roll at some point?
Yeah, no, that it was definitely key. Anybody else?
I'm good with that.
Intimidation. Me intimidating the assassin. I think that was pretty good.
I'm actually down to only one.
You can't vote for yourself?
I'm down to only one plot or Benny.
You were down to one. No, okay, that would put you at 2 probably then. You didn't spend them all, did you? How many did you spend total? Not counting the spells.
Well, I wasn't spending any on the spells.
Because you had the spell component.
You spent 2 bennies on the command.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, then I only spent 1. Because if I spent I get the benny for the component, and then the benny that I spent to get the success by 5. Yeah. So
down to
I am
1.
down to 2.
I think.
I'm
yeah,
at 2.
I think that's right.
Back to 2.
All right. Cool. Let's see. So Benny's title. Or anybody got anything? Questions we need to deal with? I will get back to Murdoch on the value of the pendant.
Also, is there any value to the assassin's knives? His set of knives? Can I sell them?
That's true. You did nick all his stuff. That's true. You could
if he's still there, we're gonna recover him and drop him off at the Taxford.
He is totally not there.
Of course he's not. Or is he just there and he's dead?
He is not there.
Gotcha. Nope, I have nothing.
Yeah, so I will also include a handful of assassin's blades that you can either keep or sell at your leisure. Anything else? All right, 1 point.
I think that's it.
1 point for the session. And I think that's the end of it. So, if you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye.
Bye.